Hello everybody and welcome back to week number 5 of LPL Split 3 here in 2025. Almost entirely done with the first round robin and only 3 weeks remain until we know who exactly will be entering the play-in stage, who will be making it to the playoffs, and who we'll have to say goodbye to for the remainder of the year. We've got 2 very important matchups in terms of those placements coming up to you right now. One in Group Nirvana with Ultra Prime against Ninjas in Pajamas, and following that one up with JDG taking on FPX. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk here for the start of week number 5. And as we have started to fully dive into the second round robin, we're going to start to see some history between these two teams that are going up against each other, as well as, a lot of new information that we have begun to develop as we've gone throughout the season.
A lot of different expectations as well, not really going to what planned, at least for us as a broadcast going into this split. We thought NiP would be the best in this group. That hasn't necessarily panned out, as we can take a look at our standings here. We'll have a Group Nirvana to start, and then we'll be going over to Ascend later. That most important one at the top there of Group Nirvana, EDG and NiP. It's been a close race, but I think holistically from what we've seen so far this split, EDG look like they are ready to face off against Group Ascend.
Yeah, I know you guys had that segment earlier a couple of days ago where you guys were there was some of the talent we're trying to figure out where in Group Ascend EDG even would place, and some of those teams towards the bottom of Ascend definitely have not been promising either. I think a lot of people could have expected FPX and WE to hit a sort of a slide going into split number 3, but JDG, another team with some big questions that have to be answered, they just made another roster change down at the support position. We'll get into that a little bit later, but they're going to be rolling with a new set of 5 going into the matchup later today. But of course, having to start off in Group Nirvana with Ultra Prime going up against Ninjas in Pajamas. We talk about NiP being a favorite to get out of this group, maybe even finish towards the top. Ultra Prime currently sitting on the bubble, although they have won a couple of series in a row.
It's so weird, man. Just the fact that we have 2 teams that were in Group Ascend previously and then sliding back down here. We have Ninjas in Pajamas, who really heartbreaking loss going into that Game 5 for play-ins up against FPX. And then looking at their opponents today, Ultra Prime, while they've kept the majority of their roster, they've been making some changes subtly, and I think the project has really changed throughout the beginning of this year, because we cast our minds back to January, and we're looking at Ultra Prime, and this really feels like the roster that you go to if you are an LCP player and you want to join the LPL. Bringing over a bunch of players like Wako, having Benny continuing his coaching, I was like, okay, this kind of makes sense. They're probably going to be a bottom half table team. That ended up becoming true, but now we have a completely different roster than what we saw at the beginning of 2025.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, not necessarily the most promising, although they have picked up some wins here and there, most notably, taking most of our Group Nirvana teams at least to 3. And the last time we saw NiP and Ultra Prime face off, it was a very close series, one that Ultra Prime actually had the potential to win.
For sure, there were moments in this series where they looked playable. Obviously, this Game 1 was a little bit more one-sided, but that Game 3, there was a smolder here for Leave. I think you looked at a large portion, I think, of this series, and you can maybe make the argument that Ultra Prime were primed to actually take this series, hand NiP a second series lost here in Group Nirvana, but a lot of the mistakes that we've seen from them all season long still rearing their ugly head. I mean, Baya, the newest AD carry addition to this team, getting caught way too many times right before an objective. And even Saber not having necessarily the most impact that we want to see out of a player like this. These are more of the same, and I don't think we've necessarily gotten a large amount of growth from these guys.
And that's something that has to start happening right now. Obviously, the top 4 teams here in Group Nirvana will make it into the play-in stage in some capacity. They'll get that opportunity to play a best-of-5, to get yourself into that knockout bracket, get yourself a chance to potentially contend for a world spot. But there's a lot left to be done here for Ultra Prime, as you say. I mean, Nio had himself a really good series. This game on the Viego was one that actually really stepped out or stood out for him. But yeah, Ultra Prime are going to have to show a little bit more. Feel like we've gotten some bright spots, specifically from the top side of the map. I think that Jung has looked really good up at the top side. Junhao has been relatively consistent, and Saber, when he's on some of these unique picks, is very fun to watch. but it's about how they can find all of those situations where everyone's doing good and put it all together for a full series.
Everybody was laughing at me because I was so hyped about Baya after his first series. Like, okay, some of the setups haven't been great, but I could just chalk that up to them not necessarily, getting it all together here as Ultra Prime. The issue is that as time went on, everybody else was right. I was wrong to be as high on this guy coming through. And now that we have more of the BLG Junior squad coming through for Ultra Prime and filling in those slots with Baya and Xiaoxia in the bottom lane, this really feels like now that we're in the back end of the season, we're at the very last couple days, we're on 24 out of 48, we're kind of creeping towards playoffs now. Junhao needs to lead this team by the horns. This guy needs to be the 1v9 jungle god that we've seen from some of our Group Ascend teams, kind of like a Kanavi or even a Monkey from WE.
Yeah, I mean, those are big shoes to fill, but for Junhao and for Ultra Prime, might have to be in the works if they want to, take that next step, really make themselves a contender in Group Nirvana to, of course, get into that play-in stage. Now, you might be looking at the record. You see 2 and 4. Oh, okay, it's not too bad. They're right in the middle of the pack, especially considering the fact that they have won 2 series in a row, Alk. But those 2 series have been against LNG, who I think a lot of people are considering to be one of the weaker teams in the entire league, especially considering, they're some of the teams that had to drop out a couple back to last split. And the numbers definitely look like they are stat padding a little bit, although there are, I think, moments from the losses that they had that could have resulted in them kind of bringing it all together going into this next split.
All I'm seeing from this stat is just die less, kill more, first blood doesn't matter. I don't know. You're right, going up against LNG, some of those games were really LNG favored, and I think we were watching some of those games and saying, I think LNG are going to win, at least that second series. I remember that Game 3 looked very, very close, but things didn't fall their way. For Ultra Prime, I don't really know what we could do as pundits and as the community to really talk about this team in a meaningful way. I think just it feels like when they win, it's mostly at the detriment of their opponents sometimes, even if they can find themselves in good spots going into games.
It's interesting because, yeah, as you say, the stats, other than like the specific record, don't necessarily correlate with one or the other being like a big priority. We've talked about team fight positioning and just getting caught out around major objectives as being some big faults for this team, but in their wins versus LNG, they've been able to control the objectives pretty well. So seeing how they're able to do this against NiP, who I think we all agree are a much higher skilled team than one like LNG, is going to be pretty interesting. One of the players, of course, that is new to this Ultra Prime squad is Baya, who is joining the full starting roster for this split, and he had a chance after their last win against LNG to speak a little bit about how he's been doing and how he thinks the team has been performing. Let's take a listen.
现在感觉还是非常好吧。我们关注了对面的野辅联动那些吧。那是主要是我先送了，然后队友先安慰了我，然后他们打远古人的时候，队友都在操作，4个队友，尤其打野把远古人抢到了吧，然后后面为我们，我跟辅助操作高地操作打下的基础吧。我们更稳健一点吧，毕竟我们现在前期失误还是挺多的。
A more stable Ultra Prime is something that I think a lot of us would be pretty happy about.
For all of the Group Nirvana teams, having stability actually is probably going to win you more games often than not. Especially in this group, you're mostly looking at scaling. A lot of the early games haven't been super clean for all of our teams, so we'll see. I know we've gotten some Senna and Smolder players here in this lobby. We'll see who ended up getting there. And for Baya, I think a really big portion of that is him recognizing, like, I've got to step up. I've got to make sure that me and Xiaoxia are not getting caught in the late game, because those are the moments where necessarily you won't be able to train for them in scrims. And especially here on stage, when you have so many limited games and when you play so few games compared to Group Ascend, every one of these has to count if you want a chance at potentially even staying in the LPL going into 2026.
It's definitely a lot to look forward to in terms of growth from Ultra Prime, but it's going to be a tough task for them against their opponents in Ninjas in Pajamas, who are sitting at 5-1, only having lost that one series to Edward Gaming at this point. And this is a roster that has changed significantly since it was originally formulated at the start of 2025. They've made it, of course, to the quarterfinals of Split number 1, but have found some struggles ever since then.
We thought, hey, we got rid of the problem children. Shanji wasn't working very well. We brought in Solo Kill. He looked good at the beginning. We got rid of Aki. We now have Nayo, who really feels like he slots in very well with working around his solo lanes. And we got Leave an actual support. Unfortunately for PP God, this year has not been a great one. So with Niket coming on through, I thought that this would be an NiP that would surge to the top of the standings. But as things change, things stay the same. I feel like NiP have some of the very same issues that we saw from them in splits prior, where sometimes Doinby doesn't have the best presence. Sometimes he actually over-indexes or overestimates his team's damage. And Niket, I think, needs to be able to tune that engage. His lens for whether or not they can find picks in the mid-game haven't been as clean, and that is going to make or break a team, especially when we're talking about huge team fights going into series.
Yeah, the 5-1 record looks great, but I feel like both of us would admit that NiP have dropped more games in the wins that they've had than we think they should have. Most notably, that one, obviously, that we saw in that previous clip package against Ultra Prime. So seeing them be a little bit cleaner, get to that form where we think that this roster of 5 can reach is going to be very important if NiP want to have any chance at making a push towards the playoffs. But one of the pieces that has been the most consistent here for Ninjas in Pajamas, at least this split, is the bot laner Leave. And Alk, I know you're a big fan, so I'll let you take it away here. He's been doing pretty well, although it is in Group Nirvana this time around.
This guy is absolutely nuts. I love Leave so much. I'm glad that he got a starting spot this year and that he's got to play for the entirety of the split. Fingers crossed. We have a couple more games. Who knows? Maybe NiP management comes on through and Batman's me. But for Leave, last split, I thought he was one of the best AD carries in the league. That obviously kind of didn't pan out, especially with not only his playoff performance, but just in general. He's a very young, aggressive player, and his positioning has always been a kind of a hit or miss. It's been a double-edged sword. Sometimes when Leave is walking forward, he ends up getting caught. He puts his team in really dangerous positions. But so far, this split in particular, I think he's been playing a lot more cleanly. Obviously, we talk about his gold generation stats. He leads a lot of the league, and even in his role within those stats, like gold per minute, CS per minute, he has some of the most farm out of any player in the league as well. So he's doing everything right. And by putting him on champions, actually, like Senna and Smolder, he doesn't have to step forward. You have infinite range. He is playing, I think, a lot better so far in Split 3.
And again, the question is always, is it just because of the competition that he's playing against, given that it's Group Nirvana for Split 3 versus Group Ascend for Split 2, or are there actual tangible things that we could take away from Lee's performance? I think you do bring up a lot of good points as to things that we are seeing a little bit better out of Leave, especially towards these last couple of weeks. But, you know, having them transfer to higher levels of competition is always going to be very important, and maybe seeing him go back to some of those aggressive picks, things like the Lucian and the likes that he definitely has had success on in the past.
I feel like every time I watch an NiP game now, at 15 minutes, this guy has 160 CS, 165. Like, he is Chovy farming every game. That's what you want to see from your AD carry. I'll take it from my mid laner too if I can, but as a marksman player, you need to be making sure that you're hitting your item break points, and that allows for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think, to smooth out a lot of their game plans. Because you know, push comes to shove, we get to an objective, we have right timers, my AD carry is going to be at an advantage versus the opponent.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that here for NiP this season, and that's definitely a matchup to watch, as Leave, I think in general, had the better edge over Baya the last time that these guys played. And, you know, there was that one 2v2 kill that got a little awkward in game number 1, but overall the veteran getting the better hand over, of course, the newest addition to this UP lineup, as we are getting ready for picks and bans of game number 1. Bot lane obviously going to be a focus, but in terms of other aspects of the draft, I feel like the mid lane is always going to be an interesting one when you have Doinby on one of the rosters, but Saber has also been one of the more creative players that we've had in the LPL this split.
Yeah, no Azir this game, guys. We're not going to be seeing Azir tonight, at least for the first series. Maybe the second one we get a little bit luckier, but neither of these guys have been playing those champions. And like you were mentioning, Saber has honestly been more creative than Doinby. Doinby has, you know, his signatures. He's been playing a little bit more Akali at the beginning of the year, but mostly focusing on bringing Annie back into the meta. For Ultra Prime, the melee mids, we had Tryndamere and Yasuo very early on into LPL 2025. He brought in Echo in their last series versus Ninjas in Pajamas, and I want to see more of things like that from him, as it's very clear Ultra Prime are not working with the standard mages, the things like Talia, the Ryze, the Akalis. So let's get him on something that is not only maybe going to give him a little bit more agency, but is also going to try and throw their opponents off.
And also just give him some comfort as well. This guy came up as being a major assassin player throughout his time with that BLG Academy, or sorry, just with the Ultra Prime Academy squad. And so seeing him on things like the Tryndamere, the Echo, which was actually in this series, will be really fun to watch as we get into picks and bans. You see the global meld ban. There's some weird things with the dragon, I'm pretty sure, with the reflect.
Yeah,
so
we're
gonna make sure we don't have
damage. Yeah, if you take damage and you try to reflect it for some reason, it reflects the... It's a weird bug. Just means that we can't chrono break if Mel's in the game, so she's going to be globally disabled. Heading into draft, though, Yunara taken away from NiP. This champion has very clearly stood out as the best AD carry on the patch, aside from Varus. But a large focus from Ultra Prime. I expect for them to snap up the Ryze or look towards their jungle for Jinhao.
She's going to be that Talia here for Saber. I know you mentioned that you didn't want to see a ton of these control mage picks, but when you are going up against somebody like Doinby who loves to roam, having a champion that can utilize the semi-global ultimate definitely makes a lot of sense. This was one of the picks that Saber actually has played a decent chunk of out of that control mage pool, so seeing it being game number 1, not super surprised to see that one locked in.
It's going to be Doinby's first Orianna game of the split here, so interesting, but a lot of carry potential now here for Nio. Wonder what the champions are going to be here for Ultra Prime, because I do like the idea of something like a Nefiri, just to make sure that Doinby is uncomfortable when we get into the mid game. Xin Zhao is going to have that skirmishing potential very early on, and he's going to be a pseudo tank that can kind of deal with what NiP are showing right now. But from what Ultra Prime are giving me, it looks like they want to be able to take fights pretty slow and mostly on their terms.
Yeah, on the other side, this Vi Orianna combo, just the easy ball delivery system is always a big thing to watch. You're going to see Ultra Prime likely complete their top side here. Zhang has been very good on this Gwen. Would not be surprised to see it get locked in, although it does give some room for a counter pick from solo kill. We've seen something like the Akali be an answer, but the Aurora also, in a different way, is going to be able to respond to that nicely.
It can also be solo kill's first Aurora top lane, so very, very interesting here. I was kind of surprised. Gwen has definitely fallen out of favor, especially as a blind in game 1s when you don't have as many tank tops. I thought maybe even Mbessa, especially with some of the armor growth nerfs that she received a couple patches ago. So we get into second phase and no AD carries chosen. NiP are going to have first dibs once we get out of this. Kai'Sa, Senna, Varus, and Yunara alongside that Xayah are gone. So for me, what I'm looking for, this could be a Sivir comp. It's starting to make its way in. You get a bunch of that movement speed that I think is really important for someone like Vi to get through. Honestly, though, if we're going to be thinking about range, we're going to think about maybe some early lane priority. I think a Corki could do massive here for Leave.
We saw Baya have some games on this Corki as well, so it could be a bit of a takeaway in terms of his pool. Still see a champion like a Sivir available here as well as we get into the second phase of picks and bans, waiting for those bot lanes to be selected. You can see how highly Ninjas in Pajamas are prioritizing Leave and a matchup for him specifically. They're giving him R5 in this draft. They're going to have to go up against what's likely to be a Lucian Braum from Baya and Xiaoxia.
I still like Corki if we're talking about the laning phase. We get out of that. We take the scope a little bit larger here. Ninjas in Pajamas, all damage all the time. There are no tanks here in this game. You're going to have an Aurora who in top lane is going to have a large amount of gold and experience to herself. And what I see here from Ninjas in Pajamas is a bunch of tools to actually get things started. From Ultra Prime's perspective, how do we start a fight? Because we're going to have an invisible Aurora. We're going to have Rel who's able to stop us. The Braum matchup alongside the Xin Zhao maybe, but you're looking at either Saber starting it off or trying to receive, which I don't think is a very good look. The Unraveled Earth is only going to do so much.
It is generally what the 5 players on 5 champions want to do is kind of kite back. I guess the Lucian can play a number of different ways, but not sure how well it's going to work against NiP, who have such an easy snap engage. You don't have the time to kite back if a Vi on top of a Rel ult with the shockwave over everybody is going to one-shot your entire team before the fight actually does begin. So Ultra Prime going to have to be creative in terms of how they set things up. Eyes definitely on the solo laners and what they can do on these side lanes with, you know, Zhang having a very good side lane presence on the Gwen, and then with Saber on this, you know, Talia, the ability to utilize that semi-global ultimate to find picks across the map.
I look at these champions from NiP, and it is so easy to clear a mid-wave. Like, it is impossible, I think, for Ultra Prime to get priority in a lot of these matchups. So let's see what our 2 junglers are going to do, as again, mid lane, a huge focus in this series. There's a Talia and an Orianna in mid. Let's try to get those flashes out, and let's get ready for our level 6s so we can make sure that we have that mid priority set up for objectives.
Ninjas in Pajamas, they want to make sure that everybody understands that they are the top 2 team in Group Nirvana, like they seemingly believe themselves to be, whereas Ultra Prime want to try to prove that those wins against LNG were not just flukes. They weren't just against the last place team. This is a team that can truly compete as we kick off week number 5 with a Group Nirvana matchup. Game number 1 starting right now.
All right, not too much. We have very interesting starts for these 2. They both get the ward into top side. Very important, especially for solo kills matchup. So, excited though, because last time we saw these 2 play against each other, we had Ultra Prime almost eking out a win versus NiP. And as we said during the pre-show, Ninjas in Pajamas, we thought were going to be the clear favorites in Group Nirvana, and that hasn't necessarily been the case so far this year.
And before we fully get into this series, I want to give a big shout out to prodiff, who is the sponsor of this stream here on LPL English. You can sign up using the code LPL10, saving 10% on your first purchase, and you can get coaching from a lot of different professional players in the space, including members of the LTA North, the NACL, and the European Regional League. So make sure to sign up at prodiff.gg. Use that code LPL10 to save 10%.
Both junglers heading towards opposite sides of the map. Nio does have a little bit more flexibility when you are playing this Vi. There is wards on his Raptors, however, so Ultra Prime will have the additional knowledge of where this Vi is going to be, whereas for Ninjas in Pajamas, they do not know Xin Zhao's location.
So maybe a little bit of a scarier sight here for NiP. It's going to be standard starts, full clears, nothing too creative, as it is Leave and Niket to get that level 2 first. Just poke him out a little bit. You mentioned, Alk, that the early game wave clear for this Corki is going to be very beneficial into the Lucian.
Usually the Lucian Braum could actually do a little bit more, especially level 1. Leave opting to go for Q start on Corki, which I think is interesting when you have the Corki Phosphorus Bomb most recently changed on this patch. The only other carry, AD carry I've been seeing doing that is Jachi over on FPX, who we'll see later on tonight. But I think that just having the Gatling gun makes it near impossible for a ton of 2v2s to really go your way, if not even here. So we do have our junglers finishing up their clears. Nio's going to have his blue buff, and there's no ward spotting him out. And I don't think there's very many options for a dive on this bottom lane for Nio. So with the ward placements that they have, I expect that they're going to see if they can catch Saber on the recall when he teleports back.
Getting pushed in right now as Doinby has done a better job at maintaining his mana, maintaining his resources in this beginning of the laning phase. Full clear has been completed by both of our junglers. Just going to be the Crabs to start things off. Not a ton of gank threat at this point in the game. We mentioned Ultra Prime generally actually have been okay in the early game. It's mostly what they've been able to do, or not be able to do, in the later stages of the game that has cost them some of these wins. And as we say that, Junhao could be hunting for a gank here on a solo kill. Does have his flash available though.
Solo kill probably is going to step up for this next wave. Does Junhao commit? No, he's going to take his recall. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much doing. Some damage down onto Leave, though. That's the heal from Niket.
Oh, they're still going. They're going to flash right on to Leave, actually. Proc the concussive blows. The barrier comes out, but it's still going to be first blood picked up for Baya, as Niket has to get on out of there as well. Ultra Prime just full sended onto the Corki, and will end up taking the NiP bot laner down.
This is the early laning phase that I wanted to see from Baya and Xiaoxia. Niket, you have flash still, so I imagine he's going to be fine. Maybe if that concussive blows had landed, the Winter's Bite alongside it, they could have gotten a little bit more out from this Rel, but this 2v2 is really strong in lane for Ultra Prime. It's just afterwards we get into that setup where the support isn't necessarily tied to their AD carry, and it becomes very problematic. Now, Doinby loses the flash mid, will have to teleport back into this lane, and that could be an avenue here for Ultra Prime to attack.
A good start here for the supposed underdogs in Ultra Prime. Game number 1 of this series. A little bit of deja vu for the last time that these two teams faced off, where we got some weird 2v2 shenanigans down there in the bottom lane. Baya ended up getting one of those early kills. This time, though, Nayo was not able to clean up the rest of that, so just the advantage actually currently in the hands of UP.
Everybody's mid lane. We are 5 minutes in, and both supports and both junglers are hovering this lane. Very, very fun to see. Wonder if there was going to be any kind of attempt towards the dragon with Corki and Vi. The ability to shred this objective is pretty potent. I feel like Jinhao is in a very tricky spot here, Graves, because he has essentially 2 to 3 losing lanes, depending on how they go. We have seen that Baya and Xiaoxia have been able to push, and now with the AD carries by themselves, maybe there's some more action there. But in terms of objectives, I think it is on Ninjas in Pajamas to make sure that they're keeping the pace on their opponents, because come side lanes, Gwen can be a little bit problematic for them.
I mean, we were talking about losing lanes, but you take a look at what Saber's been able to do after burning Doinby's flash. He's actually done quite all right for himself at this point. Now, he's been basically playing in a 2v1 lane for the last 3 minutes because Xiaoxia has decided that 1 kill was enough for Baya down in the bot lane, but yeah, doing a good job at keeping Doinby at bay. Have not seen him really become active, of course, on a champion like the Orianna just yet. We see some ultimates traded on the top side of the map, but solo kill using that between worlds to just dash on out of there.
Looks like we're making some moves towards the dragon, though. Saber doesn't need to show up first. That is the luxury you have when you are playing Taliyah, is you are allowed to be late to objectives because you have the ultimate. All of that posturing from NiP, Xin Zhao clears through mid, walks into bottom side with a support, and there's nothing to be done here. Like, the dragon is given over freely over to NiP, and now we're even seeing in the top side, Jung is getting moved away from his lane. He's half a level down 7 minutes into this game as the Gwen.
Yeah, and already used the ultimate, so not going to be in a good position to try to fight back in any sense. As looks like actually this dragon will be contested by Ultra Prime. Oh, but Baya just eats a full shockwave combo and gets taken down instantly to start the combat. Another knockup lands onto Niket, though, as Ultra Prime get 2 back. Doinby and Niket both fall as UP successfully stop the dragon from being taken.
A lot used to kill Lucian, and after that, where's the damage? We have a single lost chapter here for Doinby, no teleports, so I don't know. I feel like it was a lot invested for not all that much gained. It stops the dragon here, most importantly for NiP. We check back at this replay. All of this engage onto the AD carry, and look who else is here. This is a massive turnaround for Ultra Prime, and a great offensive after what was looking like a pretty slow early game.
And nicely done by Saber specifically to use that Weaver's Wall to join the fight, as well as finding yet another seismic shove combo onto Doinby. Has hit him with 3 or 4 of them ever since they burned his flash upon using that teleport about 5 minutes into the game. So has had high impact here in the mid lane. That's something we needed to see out of Saber in this series if they wanted to win.
This portion of the game can be very punishing for NiP in a moment, because Junhao has all of his camps up, so does Nayo. Nayo is in fact deciding to skip this, use the mid priority gain. Saber does not have ultimate, so he's going to walk here the good old-fashioned way. NiP, though, how much more can they grab from this? Uh-oh.
Wow, Leave and Baya just going at it, but now some reinforcements have arrived, and so Leave going to get caught out with the help of Xiaoxia, eat the entirety of the culling, and going to go down for the 4th kill on Ultra Prime's side.
I mean, Ultra Prime, they get the wave here for Jung. Junhao gets to steal camps, get a Raptor camp stolen from Nayo, and will now be able to get a scuttle, all of his topside camps. This is a huge advantage, and that was the issue with them starting up the Grubs. They needed to win that early and have just not been able to do so. Solo kill looking.
Oh, duking and diving away from Jong. With that Between Worlds, going to be able to keep himself alive. That's one of the situations here for Jong. On the Gwen, you're going to get poked out, but you got to just try to full force a fight. And Solo Kill has a lot of tools to get away from that. That's why this matchup is very difficult.
Very difficult. I mean, 20 CS already here to start at 9.5 minutes. Not a great look for Jong. And even in the laning phase, if he gets paired up versus Doinby, it'll be very nice. If he continues to get paired up versus this Aurora, that's where it's going to get really problematic. So Ultra Prime need to keep the pace. They need to be making sure that they're tracking where the lane allocations from NiP are going. And I've loved how they've played a lot of this early game. It has come at the expense of Ninjas in Pajamas, and a lot of this from the AD carry. Leave has just lost a lot of these 2v2s and 1v1s versus Baya.
He's feeling too much pressure after you started calling him the best player in the world or something, I think.
Man, I didn't even say that!
He's watching the broadcast. He's like, oh, a lot of pressure on me now. I gotta perform. And 1-2-0. Hey, not looking too good for your GOAT. At least yet. Still a lot of series left to be played, though.
It's okay. He will, at some point, we're 5 minutes away. He's going to find a way to get 70 CS in 5 minutes. Just watch. I'm praying over here. We got NiP most likely taking this dragon. Leave, got to be a little careful here. Has his flash.
Gets exhausted. Has the culling on top of him. Niket's going to block the majority of that ultimate damage as Saber uses the Weaver's Wall forward to try to push out Doinby and the rest of his crew. The dragon does go over to Ninjas in Pajamas, though, and so they can take that with a victory. However, could look for some more now, as Saber has been targeted here by Nio, and it's going to get eaten by that shockwave and shut down by Doinby. Junhao was not there with the response in time, and so NiP get themselves a free kill.
It's a kill here for Doinby right after Saber used his ultimate and his teleport, so it'll be a wave and advantage. I'll be honest, though, Grapes, that's the flash from Orianna. That is really, really risky to be giving up for, in my mind, very little. It's half a wave and a kill there. So we need to see Ninjas in Pajamas utilize this lead. There is no flash on Taliyah. That ultimate from the Orianna is going to be very impactful for them to be able to fish and repeat kills on side lanes.
And we saw what happened last time. Doinby didn't have his flash. He got punished repeatedly by Saber. So now that they are on relatively similar timers, very curious to see what each of these mid laners are going to be able to do to each other to try to punish at this point in the game, which can be a relatively impactful moment, especially with this Rift Herald that'll be spawning in about 3 minutes time. Doinby doing a decent amount to pick up a couple of these kills, but not enough to put NiP into a significant advantage just yet.
I wonder when the swap here for Niket is coming. I'm looking at the bar. It looks like he still has another 2.5 minutes. I love this play coming in from NiP. You have the teleport still available here for Doinby, and as long as they can make this play, there's nothing else going here for UP.
Yeah, and Saber just going to face check that brush, run right into Niket's lance, and get targeted once more. Gets the entirety of the Magnus Storm put onto his body, as he will go down for the second time this game, and NiP doing a nice job bouncing back.
That's 2 grubs. That might just be the turret here. Where else is Ultra Prime getting pressure? It's a single mid wave that Leave is going to catch, and that is a lot of gold here. So exactly what we wanted to see. Get the flash away from Taliyah, prey on her in a side lane. Almost like magic right there, prescribed.
And, you know, both mid laners blew their flash on that previous play. NiP the first ones to take advantage of it. Although now Ultra Prime looking to try to make sure that not all of Saber's efforts were gone for nothing, as they now will try to use this timer to take a look inside Nio's jungle, as Jinhao's going to head towards the Gromp. Doinby does have a Shockwave available. Full ultimates are available. Shockwave lands on a 2 for some poke damage, but maybe a little bit just more of a warning sign, but Nio might sit away.
Okay, it'll be 2 plates, you know, so Ultra Prime can feel a little happy about that, but they're going for a dive onto Jung. He's using the ultimate to clear the wave. Teleports in.
Yep, gonna get knocked up once again by that crash down. Niket goes from bot lane right to top lane. 2 straight dives, results in 2 straight kills for NiP.
And now they have their choice of objective that they can go for. Are NiP going to focus on getting the Herald that spawns in a minute's time, or are we looking towards the Dragon in a minute and a half? Big power spikes especially coming on through for NiP in a few moments here. A fully stacked Seraph's Embrace and a Trinity Force completed for Nio and Leave.
So NiP, after suffering from what was a bit of a rougher early portion of this game have done a nice job to bounce back over these last few minutes. However, Doinby might have caught one wave too many as Saber will go forward here. But now Niket's right back into the swing of things with that Magnus Storm. Gonna stun up Saber and take him down for the 3rd straight time. Jong teleports back in, but it is all too late as Doinby will survive the play made by Ultra Prime.
All right, let's reset. We have objectives. We have things that we can spend our gold on. A great flank from Niket finds them another kill. They went from bottom lane to kill Saber. They went top lane and killed Saber again. Phase rush there from Doinby, giving him the movement speed he needed to escape that gank. And he'll grab himself another wave and still have shockwave for either of the objectives. It looks like NiP, though, they are prioritizing grabbing themselves the Herald so they can get rid of these structures and then play a little bit later into the game around these dragons.
A very good game here for Niket, who has caused a lot of chaos here onto the Ultra Prime members. You see him get a little bit focused down by Junhao, but nice job by him to get out safely. The Herald has now spawned, and Niket and NiP definitely still want to go for this one, waiting for Doinby to make his way back to lane after picking up a Haunting Guise for even more burst damage.
Flashes are back up for both of our mid laners here. Level 11 almost available for Doinby. Could be on this next minion wave that he could go for, but by then they'll be too late. No ability for NiP to walk through mid lane. Neve gets chunked to half, and this will be a difficult entrance here for NiP. Maybe they make a play on the backside of this. Teleport behind from solo kill.
Makes it a little bit easier when you got a flank from an Aurora. And remember, a lot of those tools in terms of the ultimate still available on the NiP mid jungle. Shockwave lands on Zhaosha. He's going to have to flash away, eat up a ton of those rockets, but solo kill will flash forward and pick up the first kill of the fight. Now Naya has jumped in, chunking out Junhao. The Herald has been claimed already, but NiP want to look for the fight. Another vault breaker forward. There's the cease and assist on the Baya, but Ultra Prime doing a nice job to kite back out, and Junhao will pick up another kill. With that win becomes Lightning. A 2-for-1 overall, but it looks like everybody will back on away. Ultra Prime overall happy that they have the Herald in their hands.
Yeah, that is a massive win for the... Wait, they didn't pick it up? Okay, it was Jong. Jong picked it up. Oh my god, I was so afraid. Thankfully, his character model was grayed out, so it's a little bit more difficult to see. Either way, a good enough flank there from solo kill, but I think Baya just buys so much time in this fight. Now he's a 2-item Lucian going into a 16-minute game. That is really, really good for a player who has had some struggles here.
And you talk about the power of Ultra Prime's ability to kite away from initial engages. We saw that in this play right now.
Yeah, Baya is under zero threat afterwards. It's all of this invested for the support. And then even here, Doinby's low, there's no shockwave. I don't understand the idea here from Nio, because all of your damage dealers are very far away. They might have killed Jong again, but I don't think it matters, ultimately. You got another mid-wave for yourself, and I expect as we come out of this replay, Ultra Prime, as we see, have control of the Dragon River.
But Saber gonna be in some trouble now as he eats a full shockwave combo from Doinby, nearly taken out there by just the shock, or by just the dissonance. Gonna have to back and head back to a fight via a teleport of some capacity, but Doinby already has gotten himself that top lane tier 1 turret. Ultra Prime, though, have evened up that dragon count. Maybe looking for a play in the mid lane.
Some early poke. Making these lanes as long as possible is huge for NiP. Makes it very difficult for either of these solo lanes who have been struggling in their different regards to ever show up on long lanes, because if you don't control River, if you don't control the vision going into that lane, suddenly there's a Vi. Suddenly Niket is doing what we saw just 4 minutes ago, bouncing between these two outer lanes. So Saber with his flash up is going to feel a little safer to walk into his side of the jungle, but I think Ultra Prime are holding on to this game. It is just a 2,000 gold lead for NiP. But from what we've seen, the quality of the fights, and especially with the items that are coming on through for their carries, NiP are starting to slip a little bit. They're not as clean as we would have liked to have seen them.
And the way the competition works here for NiP is if you don't land that big wombo combo, the big shockwave, the big crash down from Niket, and Ultra Prime are going to be able to kite you out a little bit more. So finding the best engage possible, finding the best usage of those R keys as you can is going to be very important as we continue to go forward in this game. That fight around the Herald, a shockwave only landed on Zhaosha because Baya was able to flash away from it, and you saw that it was not necessarily the full wipe that maybe we were expecting to see from NiP on that exchange.
As lanes just start to calm down a little bit, there's a little less action, people are a bit more tanky. will mean that Ultra Prime do get some breathing room in this game so far. Because aside from the fights which have been going their way...
Jog.
No.
He's trying to catch a wave a little bit too high here as he gets eaten up by that cease and desist. The shockwave comes through for good measure. And Doinby gets himself yet another kill. As well as that mid-tier one getting taken down. Xiaoxia going to try to do something. He popped the Summoner Spell Ghost, but you can't do anything on that solo mission. It's going to be a tier 2 also taken by NiP as they've now added the gold.
I feel so vindicated. I feel like I've called the last like 15 minutes of this game so well, just saying, hey, on side lane, you're not allowed to show up. There's going to be a Vi and an Orianna. Called it. We say, okay, coming out of that fight, we're looking at this dragon. Ultra Prime had a lot of different ways as long as they can kind of slow down fights, ends up happening. So we have Otacon spawning. Are we going to be seeing these two teams jeopardize the game? It is a 3,000 gold lead here for Ninjas in Pajamas. And with a dragon spawning in 2 minutes, right now I think Ultra Prime, they might have to just utilize these teleports, put themselves in a good position, and find a pick.
Well, speaking of picks, might have found one here onto Niket, as now Junhao going forward onto him, but the Rel not taking too much damage, and Doinby actually there to save the day. So Niket will get out alive, but now maybe giving Ultra Prime a timer to start up this Otacon.
Yeah, Leave just recalled, finished his Muramana here. Nobody from the side of Ultra Prime, or from the side of Ninja's Pajamas, know this is happening. It'll be the Herald in mid. They're going to see if they can steal some camps. This is going to be a huge swing for UP.
And it's either NiP don't know what's happening or they don't feel like it's even worth it to contest, because that's just the Otacon going over for free on the side of Ultra Prime. They didn't even need to kill the enemy support to go for it. As now mid lane Prio obviously has opened up for NiP in response. They should be able to break open this turret. I mean, that's going to be worth it if you're Ultra Prime.
Look at the experience. I'm looking at those little purple bars between each of our champion portraits. Saber was a full level down on Doinby and is now caught up thanks to all of these blood petals here. That is a massive swing back towards Ultra Prime. I know we've been talking about the gold lead here, but the team fights have been cleaner from Ultra Prime. I think they have a better idea of how they want these fights to go. I say that, Saber almost gets solo killed here by Leave. Woo! But I still am looking at this and they're essentially even. Some of the item leads are still in favor of UP. So as we head into the dragon spawning in 45, things that I want fans at home to be paying attention to. Obviously, a big portion of this game has been watching our two mid laners and their summoner spells, but I need to see Leaf step up in this fight. Otherwise, we're going to get a huge Baya carry performance.
And speaking of carry performances, nearing that Infinity Edge now. Don't know if it'll be fully completed by the time this dragon spawns, but that's a big chunk of damage that this Lucian will be able to pump out. Leave definitely no slouch in that department with the Muramana now fully upgraded. So a battle between the marksmen, definitely one that we thought was favored for NiP. Now maybe Baya is going to be able to do something a little bit more in this potential exchange. We're seeing a little bit of skirmishing around the river as Niket does get knocked up by the 3-talent strike, but just posturing at this point as Baya, as I say that, dashes way too forward, goes into an ultimate from Nio, and he's going to be able to survive. And now it's Junhao going forward on the other side of things. Saber gets that kill. They almost knock up Doinby. They nearly take him down, but Junhao will still fall. It's a 2-for-1 overall in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas, but Doinby does have to head back to base. However, the jungler for UP is down. Jungler for both teams are down, which means this dragon will be much harder to take.
Doinby's going to be able to teleport in. Niket had already swapped to smite the fight before, so he will not have access to that summoner spell. Are we going to get an actual fight around this objective? It seems like Ultra Prime are going to give, and that'll be the second dragon over to NiP after what was another situation, Grapes. Baya getting caught on a mid-wave, Baya getting caught out in the moments before an objective begins.
And you can see some of the thought process there. He imagined, I can have enough time to flash, get underneath the tower before like a Vi comes in, but this is not a situation you should be dashing into the Corki, knowing that the full NiP roster is right behind.
Yeah, and especially because his team is on his right side, and he's dashing away from his teammates. You have a Braum and a Xin Zhao. How are we ever moving away from some of our only frontline in this game? A massive mistake for a player who, yes, has not had a ton of time here in the LPL. They're a rookie coming on through from the LPL, so things like this are going to occur. But these are so replicable when we've seen them in prior games that it has led to Ultra Prime having a 2-4 record where I think with slightly better play, this team could have at least 3 wins.
I mean, we've seen them take at least a game off of every single team in Group Nirvana except for Edward Gaming, who basically haven't lost to anybody at this point. So Ultra Prime have proven that they can play competitive against these teams, like an NiP, like a ThunderTalk, like an LGD, but have not been able to fully get over that hump towards a series victory against anybody other than LNG Gaming. So that is definitely something that they're going to have to try to work on here. Consistency could be at risk around this top side of the map now, with the Baron spawning in 25 seconds. We see Doinby right now pushing bot lane, so it does give Ultra Prime an opportunity to hit on this tier 1 turret.
I think Doinby should just commit. He doesn't have teleport, and he's afraid that with Baron spawning in 10, there could be a rush there. But with Ultra Prime, they just decided, let's take our top tier 1. I like the shadow there, especially for solo kill. He recognizes he's the only play on the map. He has no vision on his side of the jungle, so doesn't step, doesn't end up dying for it or losing a summoner spell. With them all recalling, this will be a chance for NiP to start to place some of their vision on the top side of the map, maybe get themselves ready for a Baron of their own. But as they shift into mid lane, love the fact that they're playing with Fog of War, seeing if they can catch one of Ultra Prime out of rotation.
The problem for Ultra Prime now is that gold lead really has started to stack up. You definitely have still a very strong Lucian who just headed back to base and picked up that Infinity Edge, but across the rest of the map, I mean, Doinby's at 3 full items, Saber's barely at 2. Zhang hasn't even completed his second item just yet. Solo Kill has gotten a really significant advantage over him, so this is the point of the game where now that we're at a 5,000-6,000 gold lead, NiP are just going to have the stronger champions, and it'll be up to Ultra Prime to outplay in some way.
It's so smart how NiP have been playing around jungle, especially with their mid jungle here. Nio playing off of vision, trying not to be spotted so there isn't a Baron. And Ultra Prime are caught unaware. They're trying to reinforce mid lane. They were around the Baron, but too much time had elapsed. That's a free turret here for Doinby, who still has teleport available to him. And Ultra Prime, they're just caught, okay, well, we can take a top wave. We really can't do anything about mid lane. And Ultra Prime become the losers out of this.
And this becomes a situation where now that NiP are ahead, the lack of engaged tools on Ultra Prime's composition make it a lot more difficult for them to play the game, because in a situation where you're behind, generally you want to find a pick onto somebody and then start up a major objective. Without that hard engage, it becomes a little bit harder for Ultra Prime, so they're going to have to just face up in a 5v5 as they start up the Baron. Teleport coming in from Zhang, but Doinby is on the way. He has returned and will be here for a 5v5.
Huge item spikes and a lot of gold here for Doinby. We're seeing the top laners fight off.
Catch. There's the Magnet Storm Shockwave combo, and Saber already gets taken down 2-0 to start things off, but it will be Nio falling on the backside. Solo Kill will get singled out by Baya as Ultra Prime are holding the line for now, but the health bars are very dangerously low. Zhang trying to fight a 1v2 against Doinby, nearly getting the kill, but will end up falling. It's a 3-for-2 overall, but Ultra Prime do a decent job and will be able to keep some of their bigger carries alive.
God, the support in mid here from NiP making all of the magic happen. If they can find Junhao now, Nio spawns in 20, Dragon's going to be up. That'll be sole point here for NiP if they can grab this. Junhao, let's see if you can do the race, brother.
It's going to be a very delayed death timer now as Junhao just dashes into his own doom. Doinby will pick up the gold, 45 seconds without an NiP, without an Ultra Prime jungler on the map. And that means that NiP likely can just start this Baron up again once Nio gets there.
Doinby is up 3,500 gold over his opponent, and we saw that reflected in that last fight by him having a completed Bloodletter's Curse versus Saber's 2 items here. I thought with Baya having completed the Infinity Edge, there was space for NiP to maybe find a much closer fight, but everything just got wiped alongside Zhang not being able to apply pressure onto the Orianna. That is one of the few matchups I think something could have maybe happened there. So Baron's going to get started. This should get ripped here by NiP. Saber is flying in.
Some sort of desperation. There's no way to engage for Ultra Prime, and it's going to cost them a whole lot more than the Baron. Baya has to dash away. The culling comes up, and the cease and desist will cancel that immediately. Solo Kill gets himself another, and there's finally one traded back by Zhang, but it's going to be all for nothing unless Junhao can now do something about it. Lands that Crescent Guard, but now just going to try to send everybody on NiP back to safety where they can start up the Baron after taking down 4 members of Ultra Prime.
Okay. Can we do the Baron this time, guys? We've been around the Baron
Totally.
for 3 minutes now. We've neglected a lot of our waves. Ultra Prime have lost big time in 2 fights back-to-back. Big Purple Worm's going to go over to them. Geno's going to get some damage onto mid. Actually, wouldn't be too surprised if maybe they decide to go and grab that dragon for themselves while we are in the replay. This engage from Niket to start us off 2 minutes ago. And look at Baya. He's actually playing a lot of this fight very, very well. Ends up almost going down to solo kill, but finds that kill. But in a cruel twist of fate, it is not Baya who is dying first in these fights. It is Saber. The gap in the mid lane is only growing here in this match.
This was after we thought Saber had a pretty solid early game against Doinby. After that 10-minute mark, though, it's been all Doinby in this game. And we can see it again off of the back half of this play where Ultra Prime feel very forced to go in.
Look at this chokehold, man. Versus Aurel, versus Aurora, just putting all of this damage. I'm looking at the picture-in-picture right now. We might have another fight on our hands. Dragon's about to fall.
Very low. Who's going to pick it up? Oh, it's stolen away by Naya when now another engage comes through. A 3-man Magnet Storm from Niket. It's followed up by that cease and desist on the Baya, but he kites things out nicely and will be able to take the NiP jungler down. Actually gets a double kill, and now Doinby's running the wrong way, but solo kill and leave. Just do too much damage to the front line, and there's the Between Worlds, sending Ultra Prime to another world of defeat. NiP get themselves the ace, and with Baron in their hands, should be able to wrap up this game 1.
Okay, I was wrong about Leave having the Chovy CS at 15, but we're at 30 minutes and he has 300 CS. So I'm counting that. I'm taking that as a win for myself. As a Leave fan, we're eating good tonight. Another strong fight here from NiP, and honestly, I'm just going to continue to hammer home the top side of Ninjas in Pajamas really stole away this game.
Yeah, solo kill, a huge team fighting ultimate there. Leave doing a nice job to do a bunch of damage, and Doinby with those critical shockwaves. They're going to be the 3 to wrap up this game, hit the Nexus, and give NiP a 1-0 lead.
God damn, solo kill looked good in this game, and very, very happy to see that this guy is continuing to perform as a standout member who came out in the middle of Split 2 to replace Shanji.
So Ninjas in Pajamas doing a little bit of what they did against Ultra Prime the last time that they faced off. However, that was a 3-game series, and we saw moments here from Ultra Prime that looked pretty good. I think, you know, the main person that we have to shout out is actually Baya in that AD carry position. I know we were going into this matchup expecting it to be a very Leave-focused bot lane, but honestly, Baya and Xiaosha did a decent job, especially at the start of the game, and even once we got to those team fights, he was able to dish out a lot of damage.
Really, really proud of Baya. With even some of the mistakes that we had noted during the pre-show from other series, I feel like he definitely was able to play with a little bit more control and constraint around team fights, but the mid gap was too big this game. Like, Doinby is getting a lot of attention. In favor of him, he has the Vi, who's playing on side lane, constantly finding this Talia, and I feel like Saber's game kind of ended after those 2 back-to-back deaths in bottom lane and in top lane. After that, Doinby was able to take 2 turrets for himself. The Orianna then has a full level and a half, and even with the Otacon kind of maybe breaching the game and getting them a little bit back into parity, the items there and the efficacy of an Orianna Shockwave made it way too difficult for Ultra Prime.
And we saw, once again, some of those flaws that we have seen all split for Ultra Prime rear up again and just become big problems for them in this game specifically. It's getting caught around these big major objectives. You know, honestly, like the first 10 minutes, really like what we saw out of Ultra Prime.
Yep.
After that, things got a little bit more on the messy side, and those are some of the things that Baya mentioned in that interview is what Ultra Prime wanted to try and clean up, but we have not fully gotten that yet.
Here's the thing, also. I don't think the draft gave them any favors. You had counter matchup in topside. The Orianna Talia matchup is way more even, but I personally am going to favor an Orianna because of the agency that this champion is going to have. Also, your ultimate actually does damage, and Talia's is just there for terrain. So that's another thing. I don't think that there were very many avenues, and we talked about it. Who is engaging for Ultra Prime? It's very, very difficult, and Jonah has been a standout player, but that's a lot to have on your back as just a Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and without that lack of engage, as soon as they are willing to start seeding objectives, seeding away gold, and the gold lead just continues to grow and grow for NiP, it becomes even harder for Ultra Prime to find picks, to find any sort of fight that they like, because not only are you down a lot of gold, there's no way to really set up a perfect fight. NiP, on the other hand, had a lot of ways to set up perfect fights, most notably through these ball delivery shockwave combos that they were able to utilize on Doinby specifically. And you can see with the damage charts, he had a very big impact on this game. He's my pick for the MVP.
Oh, for sure. He definitely earned it this game. I feel like that 9,000 damage for Nio is a lie. I feel like I just got lied to by the stats. There's no way. I feel like he had way more impact. We did not see very much early game Vi, which is fair. Again, this champion has been the recipient of a lot of nerfs so far in 2025. But still, the fact that you just get a point-and-click CC button a lot of the times is probably just going to smooth over some of the woes there. I don't know why we need this cinematic camera. This is kind of messed up. Why are we doing this first-person shooter versus my boy Lee?
Wait, that's pretty cool. Usually you're playing, you know, your FPS.
I don't think it's pretty cool. I think this is pretty bad. I feel it makes me a little sad.
Yeah, not biased whatsoever here as we get our look at the replays. I mean, Leave did get caught out a couple times, but I feel like he is very aware of when he can go aggressive and go for some of these plays, because a lot of the time, even the times he got caught out, didn't actually really hurt the team too much, whereas on the other side, the times that Baya got caught out really did cost the team.
I'm just watching these fights and I'm thinking to myself, like, it's not only, like, not super difficult to play Corki this game, but the amount of times that the carries from Ultra Prime get caught. This is right before the dragon. And even this, Nayu almost dies. Perfect flash out. It causes Saber to chase him. This is a huge mistake, I think, by itself from Saber. Why are we chasing this fight? Let the Vi die. Kill 4 other members on NiP. Just a split call there from Ultra Prime that still leads to more and more woes for a squad that hasn't been able to piece it together so far this year.
Yeah, and you know, they are on a 2-match win streak, but as we have continued to mention, those 2 wins are against LNG, who have made a bunch of roster changes themselves. You know, we're experimenting with some new AD carries coming in, now maybe a new support coming in, so maybe not a ton to think of in terms of high praise for that team. So if that's the only team you're able to beat, makes it a little bit more challenging as we move forward to consider yourself favorites against any of the rest of the teams in Group Nirvana, especially if you're making some of these crucial mistakes like the ones that we are seeing in some of these replays. Baya getting caught out once again on that one, as NiP just had way easier go buttons, and sometimes that's all you need at this level of play.
Okay, so we're done with game 1. Doinby's probably earning himself an MVP. Looking forward, there were still a lot of things that I think are really important. One, Cassante and Mbessa are still in this series. You still have Sion available for Jung, who, despite it all in terms of his carry performances, he has looked like a beast on this Sion so far this year. So a lot of tools still available for Ultra Prime, and hopefully a draft that is way more playable in the mid game. That is something that I really want to be able to see. Just some kind of engage. I know a lot of AD carries are focused out in the draft, but the fact that one team has a Rel, the other one has a Braum, and that's really it, kind of spells how easy it's going to be.
Love to see Xiaosha have a little bit more of a go button. I feel like we've, in general, appreciated what we've seen from him in that department. But as we await our player of the game, of game number 1, NiP, of course, have a pretty good situation for themselves, being up now 1-0 in the series. And for them, these are the games that you have to now win cleanly going into game number 2 to really prove that you're past some of these inconsistencies that they had in this first round robin, where they're dropping games here or there that we were maybe hoping that they would not be able to do.
There it is. That's the man in the mid lane, Doinby, picking up his 4th MVP of the split. Well deserved, especially for his first Orianna game of Split 3. Gonna need a little bit more. Even as well closed out as the last 15 minutes of that game were, I'm still worried for NiP for some of the early game laning phase that we saw from a few of their players.
Definitely still things to work on. Always are things to work on here in Group Nirvana, but NiP in general feeling pretty good about themselves after that Game 1 win, wanting to pick up a 2-0 instead of a 2-1 like it was the last time they faced off against Ultra Prime. Before we head to a short break, we want to give a big thank you to our coffee subscribers. If you would like to support us on LPL English, you can become a coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English project because a vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of those initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays us on our talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to our coffee, currently linked in the chat right now, as you are watching, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you very much to Coffee, and we'll see you in a couple minutes for the draft of game number 2. Hello everybody and welcome back to LPL English, where we are continuing on in our first day of week number 5. Down in Group Nirvana, it is Ultra Prime falling to Ninjas Pajamas in game number 1 of their second time facing each other this split. We saw some good stuff from the start of the game of Ultra Prime, but need to see them step it up, particularly in the mid to late game, if we want to see them have any chance of forcing a game 3.
Well, hopefully they have a draft that's actually playable for them, because this first draft was not it. Making it so that Junhao is your only form of real engage versus an Orianna and a Corki sounds pretty miserable in my opinion. So hopefully we get a little bit more, because there, like you said, some moments there where it seemed like Ultra Prime were allowed to play the game.
Yeah, you know, the first few were pretty good. They got the first blood. They got, you know, they got a 2-for-1 around one of the dragons. They had moments where it was like, okay, Ultra Prime, maybe we can try to take those advantages, but it feels like NiP, just throughout the times that we've seen them play against Ultra Prime, you know, whether it was the last matchup or this one, are much better at generating advantages that aren't just like the kills. Ultra Prime, especially at the start of the games, they're able to get a couple of kills randomly here or there, but NiP generally feel better across the map, which has resulted in them being able to withstand some of those early kills and make sure they're still in strong positions as they get later into the games.
A lot of it is not being able to leverage the advantages, I think, in proper ways. A lot of the time when we saw Ultra Prime get the kills, ultimately it didn't turn into too much. I think the only one that was the most meaningful is they made a pick on the bottom side that then led to them getting first turret in comparison to their opponents. But afterwards, I don't think we really saw that much. Baya was able to pressure leave multiple times in this game 1, but unable to turn that either into a kill or turn that into more actionable. When Ultra Prime found kills, nothing was available on the map. There's no objectives to play for. They didn't even really get a summoner spell out of it. So maybe some more intentionality and thinking about, okay, we make this trade, what exactly can we get out of this, and can we squeeze a little bit more versus NiP? This is Group Nirvana. The games aren't exactly the cleanest.
And on NiP's side, it's trying to figure out how to fully close out a series cleanly, because we say how Ultra Prime have been able to at least take a game off of every single team except for EDG. On the other side, NiP have not been able to close out a series 2-0 except for against LNG, who are the team that, again, is just generally considered to be towards the bottom of the pack. That includes 3-game series against ThunderTalk, as well as one against LGD, and of course Ultra Prime. So wanting to be able to close things out in a 2-0 fashion, that's going to be a higher priority for them as we head into the draft of game number 2.
Ultra Prime back on the blue side, and they themselves banning the Yunara. I think very interesting that they wouldn't want to pick up this champion, especially with some of the absurd numbers we've been seeing coming out of all of our major regions. So coming into this game number 2, expect for either the Rise to get banned or immediately snapped up by Ultra Prime, or maybe we make a rotation and look towards our junglers, because hey, we still have Wukong up and available. We still have things like the Trundle still ready and rocking to go.
I fear, however, that if you are not banning the Rise away from Doinby, you are planning on picking it very early on in the draft, perhaps first pick, to make sure that he's not going to be able to get his hands on that. It's generally been the strategy against the player that really revolutionized how this champion was played, and just always is going to be a big problem on it. So going over to Saber, not necessarily the high-level, high-intensity assassin play that we were hoping for him, but he's also looked okay on this Rise.
Sion is banned. I wonder where and what they're kind of prioritizing. Kind of screams to me that they want to try to get either the Mbessa or maybe even a Yorick later on, but it seems like the Mbessa is going to be the first one to come on through. So could make your way into a dive comp, but does mean that your range is going to be a little bit shorter. With the Galio, almost feels like we're going to be pushing ourselves into that kind of composition, which Rise loves to play in shorter quarters.
And Doinby back to a facilitator, which not going to be necessarily the Orianna, but something that can have a lot of high impact here in these games. Junhao, Wukong will be the selection for him. Very just high priority champion at this point, going down the tier list as we are now in game number 2 of Fearless. And I would imagine a top lane pick to round things out here for Ultra Prime. Renekton's generally been a pretty decent pick into the Mbessa and something that Zhang definitely can play. Aatrox's another champion that Zhang does have some good experiences on.
Something that we'll have to get into as this game goes on is thinking about for Ultra Prime, you have a lot of damage actually coming on through, and for your bottom lane, you can go a lot of options that play a bit away from what NiP are looking towards. Honestly, in my opinion, a Xayah or an Ezreal for Baya turns into a very, very dangerous champion to deal with. So NiP, you'll have some damage there to kind of set up. I'm really looking at how our supports can interact in this game.
Round out the first rotation of the pick ban phase with that Viego going towards Nayo. This was something that he played in game number 3 alongside the Galio and the Mbessa actually. So the full top side actually staying consistent in NiP's game 3 win over Ultra Prime just a couple of weeks ago. Nayo had a great game on that one, but we'll see if the bot lanes do prove to be a little bit different as we enter that second draft phase. And Leave getting targeted for his Kai'Sa. The Smolder was what was paired alongside this top side of the map. Would be curious to see if they try to just do the full run back this time around.
Alistar, in my mind, becomes very high priority as a champion that stops champions like the Wukong and the Aatrox. And they're going to need a champion that actually deals with Zhong very well this game, because otherwise, I'm looking at a composition from NiP that doesn't actually have all that much damage. You're more likely to get at least one of these picks, but as the game goes on, think about how much HP these 3 champions from Ultra Prime that are showing are going to have. It'll be very difficult for them to continue the fight. So for NiP, what are your options? I said that Ezreal and Xayah were kind of popping up. They banned the Xayah. I don't think this is a Sivir game. She does not get any space to actually deal damage. If you're going to pick any kind of leave it alone 80 carry, I would have preferred Jhin here.
And now creating a situation where Leave's going to have to do a lot of that damage, you know, on the back line, but can definitely get focused down by the likes of a Wukong. You know, having the 2 procs of the Cyclone means that just the 1 spell shield is not going to cut it. So we head to see what Ultra Prime want to lock in for their bot lane as well. Aphelios going to be the answer here into the Sivir, get a little bit of that extra range. Now Xiaoxia is going to get a chance to match something up alongside it. Something like a Lulu might make some sense, or, you know, just going for some full engage. An extra go button like the Nautilus never hurts.
That's not a Lulu. That's very different from a Lulu, actually.
Very different, yeah.
Nautilus is very OP here. You have 3 members that are going to be in melee range of you. Your ultimate is going to get a lot of value, and I don't think Leona is it. Leona has spot engage, but can be buffered by the Nautilus. I think we're going to game 3 here, Grapes. I know it's very early, but like, you have the range from the Aphelios to deal with anything that NiP throw at you. NiP need fights to be short. They cannot allow these fights to go long.
And already, a lot of the things that we had concerns with on Ultra Prime's draft of game number 1 have been remedied this time around. You know, they have that go button in multiple different pieces, most notably Xiaoxia on the Nautilus, although you could throw Jinhao in there as well. And then in terms of last game, having a bunch of losing lanes, I feel like in general, Zhang's going to feel pretty comfortable here. Saber at least will have the range versus melee aspect of this rise into the Galio, and I think in general, feeling much better for Junhao to find opportunities to look for ganks.
And this will be really interesting to see how Ultra Prime play around their solo lanes, because Zhang and Saber have been some of the better performing members of Ultra Prime when we think of other series. But in this game in particular, they're going to have kind of the burden of execution and the ability to really make or break this game with this Rise and the Aatrox.
Rise and Aatrox into basically 4 melee champions. You can count whatever Viego is with the transformed souls and everything like that. A very high value this game. They're going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. You can add the Aphelios in there as well. Ultra Prime have a lot at their disposal when it comes to the full 5v5 team fighting and the ability to dish out damage to the beefier squad of NiP. But Ninja the Pajamas, they've got comfort. They've got Nayo on a pick that he did very well on the last time these 2 teams faced off, as they look for yet another 2-0 in Group Nirvana to try to push themselves towards the top of the standings here going into that play-in stage.
That's tough. That's
There's
tough.
one guy that's a big Ultra Prime fan, and you know what? I can respect that. We are in Shenzhen, as you saw by the animation, which is the home of NiP, obviously. So makes sense that there's a couple more fans here for the home squad.
So as we continue on in this game and as we look forward, NiP winning today has some implications as we go further into Split. With them, if they win, they would move up to 6-1, which means that they are now locked in for the play-in stage of the Grand Finals, or what would be our Split 3 playoffs, as they would have only 3 games left, meaning that they would not be able to fall anywhere super far down in terms of the standings, which I think is really, really good for this team. Again, wanting to make up for what was a very disappointing Split 2 end, falling to FPX.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about NiP being a solid team here in Group Nirvana, but when you looked at the roster, and especially what they were able to do in Split 1, being in Group Nirvana was never really a part of the conversation. It was, hey, can we take this further than that? Can NiP even go to Worlds? And clearly expectations have changed, but you know, for this team, it is not just making it to the play-in stage that would deem their season a success. It is much more than that for this organization.
Already seeing some early trading here. When you are Sivir, you are allowed to fight in the minion wave, which usually is a big no-no. Thankfully for Ultra Prime, Baya does have some ability to actually fight early game with the Crescendo with that red gun. So actually seeing a little bit of a move here from Doinby. He's going to lose a large portion of his HP versus Saber, but this means that Ultra Prime do get spotted moving the Wukong into top side. And I'm looking at this top lane wave. I don't think they're diving. I thought maybe there could be some angle here with how the wave was looking, but this is going to be pushing back, so maybe they'll be looking to catch solo kill in one of his summoner spells on the bounce back.
Top lane, early dives, unless you're like in a 4v1, I feel like, are very difficult, especially with the way the game's at right now. So solo kill is going to be able to keep himself healthy, but again, this is a matchup that Zhang wanted to play into the Ambessa, that being the Aatrox, so already having himself a pretty good go of things for now. And again, a very different situation than that 1v1 matchup was looking like in game number 1, where solo kill on the Aurora had a very good time into Zhang. We're now seeing Saber getting focused down, a very respectable flash. Make sure he does not get locked up by that taunt.
And the wave's going to be pushing away from him. You can see immediately Saber's going to move in. Puts a ward on his top side. I don't think this really matters when you know Viego's on the bottom side of the map, so maybe in 2 minutes time that'll be a bit more relevant. And this will just be the trade of Scuttles. Solo kill has to be careful because the wave is pushing away from him, and Viego can be the Wukong can be pretty tricky with how he plays around Fog of War.
You can use the W to like sneak into the vision. You don't get spotted until way after the fact, and so that could potentially throw somebody like solo kill off guard. However, as we see some of these resets come through, it looks like NiP don't want to play things super standard. They want to try to maybe get solo kill out of this 1v1 lane.
Already making a lane swap. This is fine. You're allowed to do this when you're playing versus a Sivir. I wonder if Ultra Prime are going to keep up the swap though, because for the time being, it'll just kind of force Zhang to use his teleport and leave by going the call. He knows this is going to be a longer game. Both of our AD carries have picked up this item. We're going to be here for a little bit.
Hey, that's fine with me because these teams like the team fight. The champions like the team fight, and so that means we're going to get some explosive business with hopefully both of these teams in decently close game states in terms of gold monetization. So that is going to be fun as long as, of course, we don't see some of those flaws that we have seen from Ultra Prime this season flare up again, which is just getting picked out before major objectives spawn. So far, they've done a good job at avoiding that, but there hasn't been a lot of objectives to fight over yet, as now just the first one of them have spawned in that dragon on the bottom side.
Look how problematic, though, it is. You have a Sivir on one side of the map. Now you got to be careful. That lands, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, though, does unlock level 5 by stealing away those wolves, but Zhaoxia just walking too far. Going to get flashed after by Nio. One more Q would have done it unless he popped the heal in time, but the Justice Punch going to land on Ajuna. Doinby now with the flash away. Saber looking to close the job out, and Baya will jump in to pick up first blood, but it'll go down in the trade as Nio will make it a 1-for-1. And now the chase can continue. A stolen away stun lands onto Saber. And now NiP looking to continue the aggression. Another 1-for-1 overall as they're going to keep diving that tier 1 turret. It's a triple kill picked up for Nio. And NiP are eating good in game 2.
We are 6 minutes in, and there are 5 kills already. 3 of them onto this Viego. The game pace that Ninjas in Pajamas needed to have if they wanted this game to not go the way of Ultra Prime. Early start on the invade, thanks to them having the Sivir. This is a massive wave that Baya is not allowed to miss. And while all of this is happening, Saber, he gets access to his ultimate, which means he does a little bit more damage, but it doesn't matter. Look at how much crowd control they have onto Junhao. He doesn't have his ultimate. There's no ability for him to fight back in this.
And Baya, another interesting positioning mechanics, trying to finish off that kill, but just instantly gets deleted. And then you can see here, actually I think it was NiP that just landed that stun.
Yeah, that's a visual. I think that's a visual indicator there. That one did not look like that was anywhere close to landing.
And we saw this happen in game number 3 against Ultra Prime and NiP. Nayo getting ahead early. I think he ended the game like 10-1 on this Viego pick. Can do a lot of stuff on this champion. Already working towards that first item, Kraken Slayer, getting very dangerously close to it. Guy that, of course, is a new addition, replacing Aki on this roster. Had a great split on LGD last time around.
Oh no.
Being a big difference maker here for NiP this split.
Baya, you have to back up here, brother. You have to back up. You have no vision. You're the only one up, and he has flash. Does NiP look for it? Has the exhaust to be able to make something happen? This is Ultra Prime.
The stun connects, the exhaust too, but there's not enough damage after that, so Baya will be able to get on out without having to burn a flash.
I was going to say, this is Ultra Prime now having a timer to go for the Dragon. They've invested 2 players up in here, and while Doinby will have the ultimate, he's going to be resetting, and he can very quickly come back out and answer on the bottom side. So Ultra Prime are going to take this time, get some more jungle camps for themselves, and it's a very scary position to be in. Maybe this is just opening up for NiP, who does have this unsealed spellbook, so was actually opting for maybe trading one of his summoner spells and just using it, whereas Xiaoxia only has the Aftershock.
See how much that utility does come into play here for NiP, the ability to swap around those spells a little bit more, maybe adding some extra combat power now with that ignite, as the grubs have been started by Ultra Prime. Nayo, though, in the area. Definitely the stronger champion between him and Junhao at this point, so will be pretty easy for them to bully Ultra Prime away, especially if some reinforcements arrive.
As the Galileo ultimate, NiP is going to be here now. There should be 1 grub going over to NiP if they want it, but there's too much entrenched in. Some of the front line is too scattered away, so they have to buy a little bit more time. Another move wave pushed by Leave means that it will be that grub going over Ninjas in Pajamas. And I don't think that NiP really wanted to find a fight there. They're in between some of their items. Nayo probably wants to steal away at least 1.5, 2 camps here so he can get that Trinity Force online. And they are moving immediately, dropping these waves first to play.
Just non-stop aggression here in the jungle for NiP. Constantly trying to steal away some camps, and they're going to look for another fight here. The Moonlight Vigil, though, comes out from Baya, but Doinby has arrived with a hero's entrance. Already taken down to Xiaoxia. Baya, though, now has to flash away from the dredge line of Nayo. And he'll be able to get back out of there with the Heartbreaker, but NiP find another kill onto their jungler.
It might be Viego's ultimate, but it's really what's been happening to Ultra Prime. It's just heartbreak constantly. Another fight that ends up going over to them. And instead, it's not the Trinity Force. I should have known when I saw the Rectrix or the Heartbound Axe in his inventory. It's going to be the Kraken Slayer now completed for this Viego. That was the Flash now gone from Baya. So with Dragon still up, the next 4 minutes are going to be really, really tough. NiP's halfway to level 6 now. And that is going to be a guaranteed summoner spell at the very least versus Aphelios.
Yeah, as we see here, Nayo on the Viego has had a lot of good performances here against Ultra Prime in game number 3. Last time they faced off, didn't get it exactly right. It wasn't 10-1. It was actually a little bit better. It was 11-1, 13 assists to boot as well, and he's well on his way into game number 2 of this series, being very much just a pest in Junhao's jungle, not letting him get a chance to do anything peacefully, just constantly going for these fights.
One of these champions is Sivir, the other one is Aphelios. So it's way easier for NiP to move. They've been doing it constantly. And I thought maybe with having the Rise here that you'd be able to combat and match some of the push coming in from Doinby. And that might be the case. That might continue to be the case once he gets and finishes his first item. But as is right now, what is Junhao to do when he looks mid and he's like, okay, well, my AD carry is catching wave, and there's not really much for him to do. The wave's already clear, and Baya is only halfway done.
Yeah, leave up 20 full CS at this point. You see the acceleration on that call that was purchased a little bit earlier on in the game. Leave almost at full completion of that one there, getting all those stacks, getting that extra gold. As NiP only up about 1,000 gold, but it feels like their composition right now is spiking just with the fact that Nio has that full Kraken Slayer and is just continuously unrelenting in terms of the play that he's going through.
They know that Saber wants to step up under this wave and that they can make this dive if they decide to have it. Doinby's making his move over. They're shifting over solo kill. And Jog does not have teleport for this play. So if there is something that's going to happen, NiP need to be able to pull the trigger within the next few moments.
Oh, Junhao not patient enough and gets hit up by a couple of abilities, but actually using that clone very nicely to dodge any of the main primary crowd control. It was both ultimates used by the NiP bot lane, but they won't get a kill off of any perspective dive.
What's problematic here now for Ninja's Pajamas is now we have to just go back. There's not too many camps here for Nio to take. I think all in all, it's been a decent enough defense for Junhao's camps. And Baya is still looking for his first item. It's going to be the Collector, so he won't really have enough of that really punchy damage that we're maybe expecting from Aphelios later on. He's going to have a really hard level first item spike, and then second item, depending on what it is, we're looking towards an Infinity Edge. I wish we had access to more deeper stats, because I would actually like to see if he's doing lethality max on this Aphelios.
And talk about being a nuisance again. It's Junhao just getting continuously focused down. Everyone going right after this Wukong and taking the Monkey King down as Nio gets kill number 5. And looks like more is on the menu here for NiP. Full 5 members on the bot side of the map with a wave crashing in. And things look bleak right now for Zhong and Xiaosha. Nio popping the Black Mist, now going forward in onto Xiaosha. Solo kill will pick this one up. And Doinby comes in with a hero's entrance for good measure. Will be a 1 kill taken back onto Niket. But NiP take that every single day of the week as they win yet another fight.
It's gold onto Nio, but for Ultra Prime, some of the more important members getting gold for themselves is nice. Leave doesn't even get a large portion of this. He has a split turret plate gold with solo kill and the rest of NiP. Whereas during all of this, Baya got a wave in mid and a turret plate. Same thing to be said here for Saber, so it looks tough, especially with how much gold Nio currently has. He's a full level up on his opponent in the jungle, which is a really big lead for him. But if you're Ultra Prime, you want this game to go late anyway. They didn't grab the full turret. There are some silver linings here.
Not many at this point, especially now you got to deal with a 6-0 Viego who is just getting stronger and stronger by the minute. And Ultra Prime have the scaling. They have a Rise who just picks up Aroa. They have Aphelios. They have an Aatrox who can do a lot in these team fights, but remember, we mentioned that we want these 5v5s to happen in even game states, and right now NiP making sure that Ultra Prime don't find themselves in even game state.
Yeah, I would say having a 6-1 Viego does that. That's pretty good. Maybe there's a play on the bottom side of the map. We have Dragon spawning in a minute, and for a team that has 2 grubs, we have not really been able to see Ultra Prime take advantage of these structures now, seeming like they want to try to find the inside track and play off of Saber's priority. Maybe they were even looking to steal away a camp, trying to get some justice here for Junhao. Not going to be the case here so far in this game. And for Ninja's Bahamas, it is so easy for them to rotate. They have so many different ways of putting people in certain lane allocations, the movement speed that's afforded to them in multiple different avenues as well. Now a second completed item, the Kempug Chainsword here for Viego.
Nice
he is going to have a lot of stats here at 15 minutes and 2 items is insane.
I mean, we used to see this item get purchased really early by certain champions back when it was tuned one way, certain way, but not a very popular one at this point. I guess you're just trying to negate some of the big healing that could come through on the Aatrox specifically here on Nio's side. So a little bit of extra utility here as Nio is very far ahead, so has the luxury to pick up items like this at this point as NiP going to start up this Rift Trail.
But now Ultra Prime are late. Why are we even on this top side of the map? They're maybe expecting that Ninja's Pajamas are going to be setting up for a dive, but now with the pings coming out, we're pathing towards bottom side. Ninjas of Pajamas, they get Herald, they can move this into mid, take your turret, get yourselves the feats of strength, and then there's a dragon. They're teleporting for this. This is a huge win for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, kind of getting that for free, and you know, normally there's a response on the other side of the map, but Doinby actually teleports down to the bot lane. It'll be NiP not only getting themselves the Harrow that they proc mid, but they're going to get even more. They're going to get that bot lane tier 1 and maybe even the mid lane tier 1 too, with Niket crashing in and just overloading the mid lane.
Yeah, we're going for more. Solo Kill has to answer top. He'll have TP. They're going to charge it into mid lane. Baya has half HP, which does, you know, worry me a little bit. But Ninjas of Pajamas come out huge, and this is the map play that we saw from them in game number 1. Trading turrets on sides of the map so they can make sure that they're up on gold. Giving over some of those objectives, but now they get to have their cake and eat it too.
Now we did mention Ultra Prime. The solo laners would have to step up in the series in this game, and they're the ones who actually do have some advantages for themselves. Solo Kill spending a lot of time just roaming around the map with the rest of his team, giving Jang a lot of time to farm for himself. He has himself that 30 CS lead, as well as picking up the majority of that gold for that first tower taken for UP up on the top side. And Saber starting to scale a little bit as well. These guys are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if Ultra Prime are going to stay alive in this series.
Otacon's in 2.5 minutes. I don't know if they have the gold for it if you're Ultra Prime, because you look at Saber, he has still 7 minutes before his Rod of Ages is complete, and he's nowhere near close to finishing what is a Seraph's Embrace. His pick on a Doinby might help though, but he has no shutdown. That's just his flash. Yep. Yeah, that's the unfun part about this game now. Is there's too much HP on some of the members that you would try to make a pick for, and I don't know if Ultra Prime have the damage to try to get away with some of this.
They're gonna just let Doinby get away for free, and now NiP have a chance to make a play towards the top side of the map. Remember, Jang had themselves that farm advantage. Well, that's gonna quickly get erased here. This tower gets taken down by Ninjas in Pajamas. Looks like UP getting some sort of trade on the bot side of the map, but overall NiP pretty happy about how things are going at this point in the game. Not a lot of major objectives to fight for, so just making sure you're trading gold on the members who need it, as Solo Kill gonna get a nice influx of cash.
How depressing is this, by the way, as Jinhao? You went bottom side, you got yourself a turret, Nayo went top, got the turret, and then he was like, you know what, I have the timer on your respawn Gromp anyway. I'm gonna take it again. So more jungle camps starting to get sapped away, and a lot of gold here for Ninjas Pajamas. It's 2,500 gold, but the experience is going to start to creep on through, and especially for how having all of these tier 1s down, it is going to be much easier for Ninjas Pajamas to preemptively get vision on the bottom side of the map and prep themselves to start stealing more camps away. It's a 30 CS lead for our junglers. That's like 6 camps there.
And we've talked about Junhao as being a very consistent player on this Ultra Prime roster. Somebody who, even from Split 2 and 1, had pretty solid moments throughout the split. Right now it's Nayo having the better end of things against him. However, as I say that, he comes in and one-shots Niket to pick up the first kill of this fight around the mid lane. Teleport comes in from Solo Kill, but he gets instantly targeted and shut down by Baya. 2-0 in favor of UP so far. And those a lot of shurikens on that Aphelios as Ultra Prime looking to continue the chase. Saber does not have the range to go for a rune prison, and so NiP will get out with the 3 of their members still alive.
A cruel twist of fate, 10 seconds before the Otacon. Ultra Prime, you have teleport on Jung. Walk towards this objective. Why are we not looking to push the tempo of the game? Solo Kill does not have teleport for the next 10 seconds. That should have been their numbers advantage, but they decide against it. Niket thinking that there's no one in this area, and he gets punished for it. This is Ninjas of Pajamas overreaching in mid lane, and this honestly should be where Ultra Prime try to turn the game, because this does not get easier as the game goes on.
Gets easier in the sense that now Baya gets a little bit of extra gold and now has that full Infinity Edge, but now the Otacon that might have had the opportunity to be started by Ultra Prime being procced to half HP by NiP, forcing a ton of those global summoner spells off of Ultra Prime's hands. No teleports now on the solo laners. They have to go for the full 5v5, but now it's Doinby landing a 2-man taunt, stunning up Jang before he gets a chance to do anything, and taken down by Leave. A 1-0 so far. Solo Kill with the poke execution onto Junhao, but a nice kite away with the depth charge of Zhao is going to keep his jungler alive, but NiP, now with the numbers advantage, can go right back to the objective.
It's so tough to answer back into these fights, and they did have ultimates, but no Cyclone here for Junhao means we need to be waiting. We need to bide our time here. Otacon's going to go over to NiP, and what else can Ultra Prime get on the opposite side of the map? A teleport from Doinby into mid means he will pick up this wave, and it'll be a single turret going over to Ultra Prime. Maybe this dragon that spawns in 30 seconds, but with Ninjas in Pajamas already recalling, it's a far cry in my opinion. Ultra Prime are just losing this game without very much grace right now.
They're getting, you know, a decent amount of gold in certain places. I feel like in general, the champions still feel solid enough to be at least on decent playing fields in a full 5v5. But the objective game has really fully belonged to Ninjas Pajamas at this point. They've gotten both dragons, they've gotten the Rift Herald, and now the Otacon, adding to some of the experience of the adaptive force and some of that post-death animation damage that become even more powerful as the game goes on, as we go into these 5v5 fights.
All right, Ninjas Pajamas, they're going to start up this dragon now. Rise has a flank. There is no flash on Saber, no flash on Baya. This is going to be an incredibly tough fight for UP.
Already at 3,000, and nice use of the shield of Duran from Doinby to make sure there's no possibility for a steal. And already a big chunk onto Junhao makes this fight much harder for Ultra Prime, who are now singled out in the pit. Solar Flare only finds the clone, but the health bars are just fully on NiP's side at this point, with Xiaosha, Zhang, and Junhao chunked to below half. NiP still feel interested in going for continued play, but it looks like they will instead back away with that soul point in hand.
All right, so we came out of the draft being like, okay, the solo laners, they can scale into this game, but we have seen absolutely no ability for Ultra Prime to contest on the objectives. 2 grubs is the only thing they've gotten for themselves, and now what they'll have to do is contest for the next 15 minutes the next 3 dragons. And hey, 3 mountain dragons is a hell of a drug, but when you're on soul point as Ninjas Pajamas and you already have a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle alone, I don't know how much time Ultra Prime have left, not only in this game, in the series, but also in the rest of the split. We're getting very close to the end of Group Nirvana's time here in the LPL. And while Ultra Prime are, for right now, on the bubble, anything can change, especially with Thunder Talk already taking a game off of EDG.
As well as, you know, taking the head-to-head in the first round robin against UP. That stuff's going to become more and more important, as Ultra Prime have not been able again to have taken a series against anybody other than LNG, and they've already played them twice. They don't get another chance to boost their record in that way. It's going to have to be hard-earned victories for them the rest of the way, and right now it's not looking likely against Ninjas in Pajamas. However, still a lot of game to be played, and a lot of items still to be bought, some scaling to be done here on Ultra Prime's side. But NiP feels so good at this point in the game.
They can look for fights. I mean, you still have the TP in from solo kill if they really want it. Nio steals another camp, including the red buff like we saw right in front of Junhao's face. Very exciting to see Nio back in the league. He had a little bit of time on Rare Atom last year where we were like, okay, you know, we were kind of seeing whether or not like that would be something that kind of worked for them. Didn't end up being the case, especially with some of the performances we got out from him. But his resurgence on LGD and Split 2 was what I think bought him this spot on NiP. He was the only reason LGD really made a surge in the back half of that second split.
And it's so interesting to even think about a time where we were confused, why is Nio coming in? Because we thought Climber was going to be a big part of LGD's success, but Nio had himself brilliant 2025 split number 2, getting him this opportunity to play alongside the likes of Doinby and Leave, and so far having a pretty good go of things in Group Nirvana. NiP, though, still have a little bit of work to do to close out this game, to make it a 2-0 sweep over Ultra Prime. The Baron has now spawned, so NiP could try to turn towards that, but I think they feel comfortable enough just clearing out waves and forcing Ultra Prime to maybe make a mistake before they start that out.
As an LPL fan, and especially as a Ninjas in Pajamas fan, I need this 2-0 like water, bro. I need this now. Like, there's no reason my team is splitting games with LGD and Ultra Prime. Let's just be fair. Like, we win 3 games versus TT twice in the last week. Unacceptable for a team of this caliber.
Yeah.
So I need to see Ninjas Pajamas tighten up, because you're going to be facing off more than likely with this win up against a Group Ascend team going into the play-ins. And we saw what that looked like already. If they're going to have any chance of potentially contesting a team like FPX, JDG, or Weibo, they need to show better games.
And when you think about just the standings and how that plays a role as well, in Group Ascend right now, you have teams like FPX and WE. Those two teams specifically really have struggled, and so being a top 2 team out of Nirvana continues to just be more and more important to potentially get yourself that favorable matchup. NiP likely in position to claim one of those spots if they can continue this level of play. Got to make sure they continue to pick up wins in order to get that opportunity. Maybe even a rematch against FPX.
That would be legendary. Milky Way versus the boys would be very fun, but
wow, yeah.
Still, I mean, Dragon spawns in 30. We've got Baron here. A single ward from Ultra Prime is maybe ruining some of the pizzazz that Ninja Pajamas wanted. They'll get rid of it now. And a couple of options. Do they go for what is the objective win here, which is just going to be them taking the soul, or do they move into this Baron, which they have plenty of options to be able to take either?
They don't need to really force anything right now for NiP, which is why they have not started hitting it. Instead, just going for
What the
a
hell?
bit of a bait. However, Xiaosha just decides to start the fight for them, and the public execution from Solo Kill is going to allow him to 1v1 Baya on the back line. Already a 3-0, but Zhang and Saber are still alive. Realm Warp getting popped by the Rise to allow him to escape, but it'll be the rest of the team falling by his side. A 4-for-2 overall, as NiP's top side will march towards the Dragon to pick up the soul.
That's the soul. God damn it, Xiaoxia. That was such a close engage, but no one else is there. There's no Realm Warp from Saber to set this up. Baya gets completely soloed out by this Mbessa. A great team fight on 2 different fronts there, coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas, and exactly the kind of teamwork that I needed to see as we close out this series. Now with a 3,000 gold lead, we check back at this replay. Look at where his damage dealers are. Aatrox is in a Raptor pit right now.
In a way, I respect it because it immediately places the ward, sees
I know.
Carry singled out, and is like, all right, let's go for it. But you have to take into account like basically any other part of the game situation. And sure, they do take leave down, but it costs them a whole lot.
It doesn't even matter. Like, the AD carry dies, who cares? He's still going to have soul. And guess what? We check back into the picture-in-picture right now. Ultra Prime need to do a Desperation Baron attempt, but NiP are already back out.
Already have the soul in hand as well, locking up Saber, forcing him to go golden, but Baya actually taking down Niket to start the fight off. Ultra Prime don't want to play for the finish, they want to play for the fight now that it's a 4v5, with Doinby teleporting in, dashing forward, forcing Baya to flash away. Xiaosha becoming the target, he gets taken down by Leave, and now it can become Reset City for Nayo. He jumps in, using that Heartbreaker to try to find another one. A public execution on Baya will shut him down once more. And now it's Saber running the wrong way, away from NiP, but right into their own base. He will get taken down eventually, whether it's by the turret or by Solo Kill himself. It looks like actually Saber will be able to send him on a wild goose chase far enough, while the rest of NiP will take the Baron down.
All right, boys, let's close this game out now. Baron, Dragon buff, the soul there. Saber even has to use the Realm Warp to get out. It is not meaningful. The solo lanes, in particular the mid lane, we thought that this Rise was going to have such more of an impact, but the lanes have not been going well. We've not been seeing them trade on the map. Junhao is fighting for his life and is getting another one of his jungle camps taken away.
He's just sitting by the side of while he's watching just the entirety of his jungle getting taken away by not just Nayo, but now Solo Kill getting involved as well. Gold lead going quickly from 2,000 to 6 as we get another look at how this Baron fight unfolded.
Niket walks forward, so he's the first one to die. As we had noted, no Galileo ult during all of this, even with Doinby TPing. So having a little bit of a mistake there, obviously, but there are cooldowns coming up off of their timers here. If Doinby and the rest of NiP could slow the fight down, that'll give them the time that they need. The Baron also hitting all the Ultra Prime was definitely not what they wanted. This is just them kind of swinging some of their gold around at their opponents, and that dive that we had talked about, especially this Mbessa, makes it very difficult for Ultra Prime's carries to do much.
Even Baya, who, you know, now at 3 items on the Aphelios, could be scary, but not scary enough at this point. There's a Baron buff in NiP's hands for the next 2 minutes time. They're going to start cracking open these structures, break open the base, and try to put an end to this series in 2-0 fashion. Look at this, level 17, 3 levels ahead of Baya at this point, as this Sivir really has come online. Finishing touches soon to come on the bottom side of the map.
Nice shot from the picture-in-picture to show us that
Big
Baya,
head.
no flash, no cleanse.
Oh, just Baya has no chance at this point. Crowd control lock to Oblivion, and then making a double kill, going over to the Viego, who is now 9-0-6. Not the 11-0 just yet that we saw in Game 3. But Nayo on this champion going to continue to be a problem on NiP's side. Ultra Prime with one last-ditch effort to save the game. Not going to find any sort of success at this point. The Ket dashes forward with another Zenith Blade, and this should be it. The Nexus has been broken open in NiP with a much cleaner series this time around. Now Solo Kill gets himself a double. The Nexus will be exposed. Those KD is going to get padded. Leave gets himself another, and it'll be a 2-0 over Ultra Prime for NiP.
20-8 is the final kill score there. Shenzhen, the fans, can be a little bit proud about their team being able to find a win today. And a dominant one, all things considered. Finally, a 2-0 that we can kind of put in our cap as the NiP. They have not been able to find too many 2-0s this season, only against LNG in their very first series of Group Nirvana. So glad to see that the boys are starting to peak, but still a lot of work to do as we close out Nirvana.
And again, for NiP, the question has been how consistently can you string these wins together? You know, dropping random games here or there, making these small mistakes, not going to hurt you as much if your strength of schedule is a little bit weaker like it is here in Group Nirvana. But if NiP want to have the opportunity to move on to those higher levels of competition, to take on a team like FPX or WE in the play-in stage, and even move beyond that, facing off against your Wavos, your JDGs, your IGs, etc., for one of those potential world spots, they're going to have to play clean League of Legends a lot more often, and we finally did see some of that here in this series.
Very exciting. Also, with that win, as we teased halfway through the show, Ninja's Pajamas now at 6-1, cannot drop below the lowest standing, at least in 4th right now, which would be Ultra Prime at 2-4, 2-5 now. So Ninja Pajamas have bought themselves a spot in the playoffs here, at least for a play-in series against our Group Ascend team. So exciting to watch it. Definitely much deserved as we close out Split 3.
And for Ultra Prime, you know, a lot of those same problems still kind of coming to fruition, getting caught out at the wrong time, not having a ton of fun, I would say, just in general.
Oh, yeah.
Jong had himself, again, a respectable series, but really never came to play in any of these team fights. But I find it hard to blame him just because the rest of the team fell pretty far behind early on.
Yeah, Jung and Jinhao had a very rough series, not because of what necessarily they did, but the team just collapsing in general. I think the play in mid lane was a huge difference. Even if Doinby mechanically made some errors, we got to see that the wealth of, knowledge and veterancy that a player like Doinby is going to have versus Saber really shone through in this series. And all things considered, I mean, Baya was able to hold his own for what was happening in the bottom lane versus Leave.
And again, there's things you can look at, like the things that you mentioned, and say, okay, Ultra Prime, they have some stuff that they can look at towards improvement, for the rest of the season. The rest of the season might be just 3 more series if they do not continue to tighten things up and do it quickly. We are quickly reaching that panic zone for a team like Ultra Prime if they want to keep their season alive, if they want to get a chance to qualify into that play-in stage. And again, with their only wins being up against LNG, at least in terms of series score, they're facing off against ThunderTalk, EDG, and LGD. None of them are going to be super easy opponents for them. They're going to have to really earn it to get a spot in that top 4.
I honestly, though, the ADG series, probably doomed, but if there was ever a time for Ultra Prime to find the Omega upset of doom, that would be it. But the LGD one in particular, them and ThunderTalk, we have to expect that they're going to be willing to go the distance in those series. Only 2 2-0s in their entire time here in split number 3. One against EDG, and here today against Ninjas of Pajamas. So, need to see more competitive games. It seems like we are getting better and better games and series from Baya and the rest of this team. But when is it too late here, Grapes? When is it, has it not been enough? And maybe some of the changes came too late or not soon enough.
I mean, it's starting to look like it could be a little bit on the later side. But as, Group Nirvana is starting to really take shape in terms of our expectations and the placements and where we put our foldy sheets going into things. It looks like it will be UP, ThunderTalk, and EDG, and LGD fighting for 2 of those last play-in spots. One of them is going to be left out, obviously. It looks like at this point, Ultra Prime is on the outside looking in, but they have a chance to change their own fate by taking either one or both of those series.
If they take both of those series, they're for sure locked in, obviously. And who knows? LNG, they have series versus Thunder Talk and NiP, so they can still kind of mess with some of the standings there as alongside EDG. I don't know why I keep praying for an EDG downfall, even though I'm with Mark on this one. I was really looking forward to their completely flawless record going into Group Nirvana. And for Ninjas in Pajamas, this was not a very difficult test. And a lot of Group Nirvana hasn't been that for both this team and EDG. So my wonder is more of what we were talking about during the pre-show, which was, do we think that NiP have made tangible, real changes towards improving their game? Maybe. Now that they have had more time, I think Leave has played a little bit better, but some of our AD carries in Group Ascent are going to be pushing them in the lane, so I need to see them playing a little sharper.
And you know, when you talk about a player like Nio as well, who I feel like definitely a strong candidate to win the MVP for this game.
Oh,
just
yeah.
having a player of his, you know, style who is able to, you know, whip out these carries and become very effective on them versus somebody like Aki who had to be more of a facilitator. It just gives a lot of agency to Doinby as well to kind of make some plays on his own, to not have to be a primary damage dealer. I think it gives a lot of flexibility for how NiP are able to play the game, how they're able to draft. I really like the addition of both Nio and Niket to this NiP roster. It looks better and better as we continue to go throughout this season.
Nio looks standout and is a heartbreaker to watch when you are, if you are an LGD fan. Not very many out in the audience, but still, to see that team of rookies really suffer and kind of have to persevere through a Group Nirvana just hurts. But exciting stuff, I think, as a Leaf fan. I'm happy for today. I'm not pleased, but I'm satisfied we were able to pick up some wins.
As there's your MVP going over towards Nio. Now 20-1. 21-21, I think, overall. In terms of KDA on Viego this split, just a monster, especially when it comes against Ultra Prime. Has clinched series on this champion 2 times against UP, sending them to a 2-5 record and sending NiP up to 6-1. That does it for our Group Nirvana coverage for today, but don't go anywhere. We're about to get on up into Group Ascend with our second and final series of the day. In a few short minutes, it'll be JDG debuting their brand new roster against FunPlus Phoenix. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the LPL here on LPL English, as we are in day number 1 of week 5. Hard to believe the season has gone by this quick, but now we're fully into that second round robin as we move up to Group Ascend, where we're going to get some teams towards the bottom of the standings looking to make some moves towards the end of the split and towards getting into Wet Worlds contention. Grapes and all here for JDG versus FPX. JD Gaming making a new roster change, as we can talk about their roster first. Another support change. Wink was brought in to try to bring a little bit of new abilities to this team. He is now out and replaced by Juo, who's coming over all from LNG down in Group Nirvana. What a wild change this is here for JD Gaming.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think some of Wink's performances weren't as amazing as we were expecting coming off of him playing with some of the boys on EDG. So it's sad to see, especially with sometimes how Wink can be a little bit of a vibes guy. We're now bringing in Juo, which I know us as a broadcast crew, we're not exactly happy with this change, but it's very obvious that JDG are in panic mode. Everything has to go. We have to be able to make worlds with some of these players. There's no reason that we brought Pays in from the LCK for us to not make it to an international this year. And with players like Shun and Scout in the mid jungle, there is a certain level of expectations that you have with these players that just have not been met so far in the regular season.
I mean, not just making it to an international. JDG right now are in danger of missing out on the the qualifier to get to Worlds at this point. To get to that final weekend of the season, they have not looked good, especially going into split number 3. The roster changes, have provided spice in certain areas. I think Xiaoshu has looked alright, but Juo coming in as now the 3rd support over the last 2 splits that Pays is going to have to play with down on the bottom side. And for Juo, another chance at redemption. He has gotten a lot of opportunities to play with a lot of talented players, coming over from WE Academy over to Top Esports to start off his career in 2021, playing alongside the likes of 369, Karsa, Knight, and Jackie Love. Has gotten a lot of good opportunities to play with some talented players, but none of them have found an opportunity to go to Worlds just yet.
And, what's the funny part? He is reunited with Zoom, a top lane coach over on JDG right now. So he is reunited with at least one of his teammates. Yeah, this was a very interesting one. A player who honestly has mostly been paired with players like Photic for a long time now, and has always been maybe a middle-of-the-pack support, but hasn't really stood out. So that's why we are surprised as to why this change was coming on through. He's not even the best support in Group Nirvana, but obviously LNG, they're having their own revolving door of players going on.
Yeah, Zhou, one of the last remaining pieces from the roster that initially came in for 2025 on LNG, now he's gone, and so very curious to see what they do. I feel like at this point LNG should just clone Zika and try to have him play all 5 roles, because that might be
all 5 Zika clones
better for them
sure.
than what they have going for them right now. But yeah, Juo, kind of a player that I know one of our friends on the broadcast, Cubby, likes to say maybe he's pretty good at making some sandwiches for his team.
That's high chow. That is high chow.
He's somehow finding ways to play with some of these high-level players, and now getting another opportunity with the likes of Shun, Scout, and Pays, who have all been at the top of their own roles in the world, let alone the LPL. Very curious to see what he's going to be able to provide. I think in general for Juo, he, with his time on LNG, never afraid to go for an engage, never afraid to go for a flip, and sometimes it works out well, but it can sometimes be for their own detriment. Maybe that decisiveness is something that JDG will want here at the support position.
That's what JDG said. They said his arrival will bring a fresh strategic energy to JDG. Whether or not that exactly pans out, we'll see. There are a lot of things still going on that, even from taking away the strategic aspect, I think that JDG are going to need to fix if they want any chance going into playoffs.
And JDG will start their new roster off against maybe a lighter opponent in FunPlus Phoenix, who also made a roster change going into the start of 2025 Split 3. They brought in both Jachi and Milky Way from RNG, and many people thought that this could be some good additions for them, but it still feels like this team is floundering ever since Shadow ended up leaving them to go over to BLG.
All the people that thought that this team was going to go higher than we saw from them in the last bit are just Milky Way copium suppliers. From the games we saw from him on RNG, I know there's a lot of drama currently going on with them and paying some of their players on their roster, but just the gameplay was not very inspiring, and I think that has continued to be the case here. The Milky Way and Kara duo of old is not necessarily hitting the same, and for Jiaqi and Jue, I feel like this has some of the old makings of him and Awesome, where they're decent enough in lane. The team fighting is really where the strong part of this matchup lies. But for Jiaqi in particular, he has the mechanics. He just doesn't have the positioning to really cut it here in Group Ascend sometimes.
And we saw Jiaqi have some really nice games on RNG while in Group Nirvana, but when you're in Group Nirvana, maybe you don't get punished as hard for some of those positioning mistakes, and we're starting to see that come into play now that he is here in Group Ascend, going up now against his former teammate in Xiaoshu over up in the top lane of JDG. But for FPX, it is the reunion of Milky Way and Care. Again, Milky Way played on FPX last season. The only remaining player from FPX from last season is Care. These guys had a lot of success together as a two-man unit in the summer split of 2024, have not found it the same level going into this year now that they've been reunited.
I mean, spring for FPX was amazing. This team was never supposed to make it into playoffs as the roster that they had. Doctum and Life were coming off of splits that were, frankly, really disappointing, both in the LCK and in the LPL. So this was supposed to be yet another team that maybe barely squeaked in as like a 12th to 8th spot, but they very quickly proved the world wrong in spring. In summer, they did bring in a new top laner as Shalahu did step down because of some drama with the managers during scrims. They brought in ZDZ, and the team just looked deflated ever since then. Some people might even make the argument that Milky Way just wasn't very good once they got rid of all of the 80 junglers. If anybody remembers, the second split of summer, as we got through playoffs, a lot of the lanes were basically Brand, Nidalee, Lilia, Zyra, a lot of the AP champions that Milky Way just never really showed a lot of prowess, and that's what I'm worried for, even speaking a little bit towards the future. 15-16, the patch, looks like we are headed to an AP jungle meta again, so I don't know how much longer FPX are really going to have a leash here as one of the few teams that only has a single win here in the LPL.
And they got off to a slow start in split number 2 before popping off a couple of wins back to back to back, getting themselves towards the middle of Group Ascend overall. But not necessarily the same case here. I think, of course, having the fact that NiP and Thunder Talk are no longer in Group Ascend means that you have less opportunities for quote-unquote easier matchups. It is always going to be a tough opponent no matter who you end up facing off against. And also some of the synergy struggles that FPX have faced, at least so far, meaning that right now they just are sitting at 1-6 towards the bottom of the standings that maybe some of us expected them to be coming into the split.
It's tough. It's a tough watch here for FPX because they were so exciting. It's unfortunate that they lost 3 members here on their roster, Shadow, and then having to bring in the new support, or the new AD carry in Jiaqi. I'm kind of worried for whether or not FPX are going to make a really deep splash. It seems like with their matchups going forward, they're going to have to be playing against WE, AL, and then Weibo. So some lighter work in terms of opponents, but teams that we definitely expect to take the series over FPX.
Yeah, I mean, FPX have that one against IG, right? But other than that, it's been pretty difficult for them to pick up these big wins. And another one here against JDG, maybe it's an opportunity for them to build some momentum, right? They now are playing against a team with a different support, with Jue coming in. Maybe Jue, who's been one of their best performers, could take advantage of that. And speaking of that area of the map, our featured matchup for this game is the bot lane between Paze and Jiaqi. The numbers, we'll take them with a bit of a grain of salt because it feels like it doesn't necessarily reflect where exactly we think both of these players are. But Paze definitely has not been at his complete A game, but I feel like not all of it is his fault when you look at the numbers.
The stats kind of lie, though. The stats do kind of lie, but they're fake. I'd say they're pretty fair. To be honest, yes, JDG has really struggled. Paze, in particular, has not been as amazing. He's had to squeeze a lot of situations with how this team has been losing a lot of the fights in their games. And for Jiaqi, yes, he is the second highest player in the entire league for damage share for his team. He's dealing over 30% of his team's damage. But a big portion of this, I have to remind everybody, is that, one, they're a weaker level team, so they're going to be fighting a lot more often. And especially for kill participation, this team is going to be grouping like heavy. All of the time, we're going to be seeing this team try to move in as 3 or 4 members. And Joshi is a big portion of whether or not they win fights.
Yeah, just, you know, you mentioned the little description mentions that RNG roster from last split. Now, 3 of those 5 players right here into this game, as Jachi and Milky Way going to be playing against Xiaoshu. But again, being a standout on that Nirvana team that ended up getting relegated is nice and all for a player like Jachi, but needing to see him take it to the next level and continue to step up here now that he is in Group Ascend, getting another opportunity at Life. We look at our get set for these walkouts to begin. FPX desperately needing a win. JDG, I mean, desperation is written all over that roster move as well.
FPX going to be taking the stage. We are in Beijing, which is the home arena for JDG. So maybe some home buff crowd here coming on through, but it's a tough matchup. Even with all of the struggles from JDG, the fact that Scout has not been the same player that we expected him all season long. Last time we saw this matchup, it was with IYY, and it was still a 2-0. I don't expect that things are going to change all that much. This could be a 3-game series, but from the cleanliness and I think the level of play, especially between the individual players here, I am still looking towards JDG to take this series and find their 3rd series win. Because otherwise, we're going to do a situation where JDG could slip towards the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, they could, if FPX win, they'll be tied with them in terms of match score at the very least at 2-6, and then you're in some danger of potentially running into a team like NiP or EDG in the first play-in round, which is not necessarily a series that you would be the underdogs in by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely want a bit of an easier series to make sure you get your spot in that double elimination bracket for the playoffs, for that championship. As JDG, again, internationals, making it 2 worlds like they did for the past 2 back in 2023. Didn't get to do it last year. They thought that maybe making a change like this, bringing in Pays, could help that out a little bit. But right now, things are looking very dire for JDG if they do not turn things around, and they're hoping that this new support edition in Jewel will do just that.
That's what they got to do. There was even rumors that Missing was going to potentially return to the roster just because of what was happening with Wink and his own performance. So it's a tough matchup. Even with all of the changes here, this is a 3rd support here for Pays. Someone that, from what I have seen from team content and from, talkings around the league, his Chinese isn't amazing, so it's mostly him focusing on his mechanics, which we saw from Ruler was a big portion as to why we saw that JDG roster in the past actually succeed. And having to find a different support does mess with some of the synergy. So I wonder what else we're going to be seeing from this bottom lane that has gone through a lot already in this year.
Both teams have a lot of questions that need to be answered as we get ready for picks and bans. As you mentioned, JDG took the series last time around, but FPX wanted to try to change that as they both start off their journey in the 2nd round robin phase. JDG on blue side to start off game number 1. Looks like some pretty standard bans to begin our first game of this series in Group Ascend.
Gwen, Vi, very interesting that those are the bans. I would think that Vi is a little less powerful here. Have to imagine that Nico is going to potentially be that 3rd ban here for JDG. Not something that they're looking to first pick, and Jue made a name for himself in Split 2 on this champion very early on.
As we continue to go throughout here, just in terms of different priorities for certain players here, obviously stuff like the Kaisa for Jachi is always going to be important, but my eyes actually turn now to the Sejuani and the Yone that FPX have been able to whip out on multiple occasions to find wins in certain series. They got a win on it against Weibo. They got a win on it against AL. I know Milky Way generally is considered the big AD champion that can go, player that can go in on the Graves and the Zinzaos and the Viegos, but I feel like the Sejuani Yone is going to be a pretty big priority for them, and you're even kind of looking towards that now with the Trundle being banned away from them in this first phase.
Varus makes it through, so that's probably going to be the champion alongside the Yunara ban being taken away. Kind of showing that JDG prefer to play with the Varus. Obviously, that range is going to be very, very impactful. What top lane champion are we going to pick here for Sheer? Because In terms of matchups between our two top laners, I feel like this is a very advantageous side here for FPX. Sheer is a player who really likes to play with a little bit more agency in his lanes, likes to play those lane bullies. Champions are going to scale as they get into longer lanes. And Xiaosu has, so far to me, shown that he is much better at playing the tanks, the things that are going to require less resources and less attention from the rest of his team and show up in team fights.
So it'll be a rumble early on for Sheer. We'll see if he's going to be able to use that champion to generate that advantage that you are saying that maybe FPX have the edge in terms of the matchup player-wise. It's going to be a Jhin to follow things up here, going down towards Jauchi. I feel like in general, like when Jauchi's on something that has a little bit more damage, but we'll see how he does on a more utility pick in the Jhin.
Talking about range, right? You have a Rumble, the Equalizer, alongside the Deadly Flourish. You can pick out members at range, maybe at a certain amount where JDG are not allowed to interact with you. But from right now, what JDG are showing is strong mid-jungle for themselves. And especially with this Varus, as long as it is poke Varus, I do like their chances for JDG as to being able to play from range and poke out their opponents. So we already got some strong engage here for Jway, something that is not the case here for JDG.
It's not yet. We'll see what Dro does want to lock in. It very much prioritizes, picks that can go for some hard engage. If I'm FPX, I'm banning away something like a Nautilus, maybe an Alistar here. Make sure that, Dro is unable to get something that he feels pretty comfortable on and fulfill a need in this JDG composition. We head into that second phase of pick and ban, leaving FPX's mid-jungle, Milky Way and Care, that original duo from 2024, to figure out what they want to play in the back half of this draft.
You're going to be playing into a Taliyah and a Xin Zhao, so honestly, if you want to try to play the lane, Aurora can be very good here, and then you're setting up for potentially a Wukong later on. You still also have Kindred, which wouldn't be too spicy in this game, but giving yourself the ability to peel off of a Xin Zhao or a Taliyah could be very nice. And for JDG, in terms of what you're getting from your bottom lane, an Alistar could be good here. I think that getting the Leona or the Rakan to play very flexibly with your front line is more and more what we could be going towards.
There's that Yone that we were potentially alluding to. Xiaoshu going to get the Ornn targeted. This is a pick that generally is a response into the Rumble for a little bit more of a safer choice. Something like a Scion still available for Xiaoshu if JDG want to go that direction as we enter this second phase of pick ban. FPX probably needed some damage out of either the jungler role or the mid lane role, just given the fact that the Jhin is not going to be doing a ton of constant DPS. If you want some setup though, Jarvan definitely does speak that, has some good synergy with the Rumble and the Equalizer.
There's also just a mobile carries here from JDG. The Taliyah and this Varus are going to be very difficult to get away from if you are this Jarvan. So maybe trying to just find some dive you set up with that Equalizer like you were noting. There's the Rakan to pair with Xin Zhao. So a front to back here is exactly what JDG wants. And honestly, groups, I feel like FPX are giving them that. You're going to be a Taliyah who can set up versus a Rel and a Jarvan. This feels very, very good for them. And what we need to see from FPX is things we haven't seen from them all split long, which is great coordination, creative setups around objectives, and honestly, some pound for pound strong laning from them.
Do like JDG's composition, think it is very, very well balanced. We'll see what Care has to answer against Scout's Taliyah. It's going to be an Akali locked in. So I think in general, there's not a ton of DPS on FPX's composition. They're going to be looking for picks. They're going to be looking for catching members out in side lanes to find success for their unit in this first game.
The early game here is very important here for FPX because eventually Xiaoshu is going to be a problem in this game. He will be a Scion versus an Akali, a Jhin, a Rumble. There is no fun to be had here from the side of FPX. So Care needs to pop off. We need to see this Milky Way and Care duo activate the game early, find Scout multiple times in mid lane. We've seen that be a recipe success in other series. Can they make it happen, though, is going to be another instance. And then Rakan makes the game a lot harder when you have the Grand Entrance, the swiftness as well.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure is going to be on Zhuo, on his Rakan, to be that primary initiator, the new player on JDG's side, as they try to find new methods, new ways, new abilities to find wins here in the LPL for 2025 Split 3. Obviously, we've seen BLG and some other teams have some success with some mid-season roster changes throughout the year. JDG are hoping they can tap into a little bit of that magic, bringing in somebody like Joe, as they need it if they want to try to get themselves in a good spot to clinch an international spot to get back to Worlds for the first time since 2023.
Yeah, Grapes, your aspirations are high. Let's get JDG into playoffs first. Let's get them in there first.
Scout and Page, they surely should be contending for Worlds, no? But like,
they were supposed to be a super team at the start of the year, but everything so far has shown that they peaked in Split 1, and now here in Beijing, they'll have to make the impossible happen and make the climb into playoffs.
And it looks like there's not a ton of excitement here for Game 1 just yet. We got some time, potentially, for the series to marinate a little bit. We are in Beijing, of course, JDG's home arena. Maybe they're just feeling it out. They don't want to know who they're rooting for just yet until they see what Joe looks like on the team.
They're bandwagoners? We've got bandwagoners in Beijing? Nice,
yeah,
bro.
Maybe. I don't know.
I flamed the last time we were watching a JDG series that I thought the crowd might. Whoever was the engineer, we gotta fix it. It's not been great. I heard some gyos, but they were very, very soft. So, like you were saying, probably the fans are going to be tuning in at least for Game 2, and then we'll see what happens there. But pretty tough early lane here for Jiaqi and Jue. If they're not able to land some of their spells, then it's very free for Pays and Jue to make sure that they can put damage down. And it is going to be that poke variant to the Varus.
And Jue getting targeted to start off his JDG career, chunked down to 100 HP with the Ignite, traded for the heal. And so already the FPX bot lane getting off to a good start.
And, oh, Jue. Okay, 4th shot plus bouncing grenade. Fair enough. Jiaqi has no damage here. Pays is going to have the wave bouncing towards him. What I was going to say is that both junglers are pathing bot right now. We have not seen Milky Way do much early, but he was spotted on his Raptors. I wonder if he's going to make a wraparound play, and a single ward here from Scout is going to make it very difficult for this Jarvan to walk into mid.
Yeah, just having not a ton of ability to do much in terms of gank assist for the Akali as well, especially against this Taliyah. Until you get a little bit later on into the game, going to hurt FPX's chances over there. Jue trying to go for something here, does not realize that that bush is warded. So Scout gonna take that base, head right back for a reset. I will say we've talked about a lot of the different roles here in this matchup between these two teams. I think the mid lane also is going to be important. I feel like in general, Scout and Care, players that we have wanted to see more of this season that have not been able to fully deliver on what was on the promises.
Well, for Care, it feels like he's been the franchise player for this team, but hasn't necessarily been the guy that is going to carry them in a lot of instances. We've gotten some of those performances, but not nearly consistently enough for a player who has been on this roster and in this organization for his entire time in the LPL as a pro player. So, want to see a little bit more out of him, and for Scout, it's the pedigree, it's the resume there that makes it very difficult. We saw early recalls here from Jiaqi, but Pays has yet to go back to base. Expect that after he clears out this wave, they're going to be looking for a move.
Heavy trading here as Pays and Jue just trying as hard as they can to get this wave shoved in so they can go for a reset of their own. Have a little bit of extra support knowing that Shun has cleared out that bottom side river. There is no chance of a gank there for them. And so Pays will be able to head back to base. But overall, FPX doing a good job in terms of this bottom lane 2v2 to set up Jiaqi and Jue for success.
Both teams have an idea as to where the enemy jungler are. You saw the pinks come out. They're like, okay, Jarvan's probably on the top side. Could end up looking for something on top lane, so we have to be a little bit careful there. And the enemy team from FPX are saying, look, Shun's going to be on the top side of the map. So for who this advantages, I will say it's a pretty good start here for JDG with all the lanes being even, and in particular the fact that as the game goes on, it's going to be a little tough for FPX. The fact that they haven't gotten anything really meaningful so far in the first few minutes is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, JDG scaling just works pretty well when you have this Scion specifically here for Xiaoshu. You mentioned that not a ton of tank killing on the FPX side of things for their composition. So if Xiaoshu is able to get to that point, it will become a very important part of how JDG do want to operate here. A little bit of trading here in the mid lane. Scout getting procced on that electrocute as Care finds a nice little chunk of damage, and now towards the bot lane we go. Pei's getting targeted immediately by a nice flash engage by Jue, and Milky Way dashes in with the flag and drag to pick up first blood.
Good start here. He skipped a few camps. It's going to be the Dragon started as well here for FPX as they close out on this bottom lane. Good punish. That's a very good start there for FPX as, I mean, so far this 2v2 has been very, very good for Jati and Jue going forward. So let's see if they can even squeeze for another turret play. If not, it's just going to be half a wave missed here by Pei's, including that kill.
Yeah, so the bot lane for FPX. Thought that maybe they would have a decent time going up against a 2v2 that is playing together for the first time in official match play. So far that has proven to be correct, as Jue finding a very nice crash down engage onto both Pei's and Zhuo and taking down the Varus. I feel like in general, it's hard to be a top performing support player on a team that is struggling and a team that constantly is falling behind. But Jue, remember, was in all-pro consideration last split at the very least, and we can see why with plays like this.
Yeah, it just really fantastic job. Flash Q gets it, and then after that it is just light work for FPX. Milky Way being very cheeky and stealing that. Don't think that's necessary, but that's okay. And what we're going to continue to see in this game is whether or not the lanes of FPX can continue to apply pressure, because as is right now, when we start to break away from having the bottom laners sit in this lane and they're moved into mid lane, Scout needs to be very careful about when and where he shows up. This Akali is going to be able to solo kill him in a lot of instances pre like 15-20 minutes. So more on Care to see whether or not he can push his advantage in the matchup.
Yeah, it's a very easy split in terms of where each composition is strongest. JDG best in the 5v5s once we get later on to the game. FPX need to find picks in side lane, specifically with Care on the Akali, with Jachi issuing some long-range support. And they found the first one down there in that 2v2 down bottom, but still a lot of work to be done in that department.
And imagine, just like we saw in the NiP series where we're talking about Vi playing in side lanes, Jarvan can do that too. Jarvan can walk up with the Akali, find a pocket of vision that Scout isn't necessarily looking towards or doesn't have vision on, and that could end up being an advantage for them. But we have Grub spawning in 10. I am going to assume with Scout having his teleport in advantage over Care, at least with 30 seconds on it, and has the ultimate, we should see JDG look to start moving their members in towards this objective. They're going to be a team that I think really wants to stop the Akali, and they have much better range to be actually able to hit these turrets and utilize this objective.
Milky Way gonna be able to get to the river first. Shun not landing that wind becomes light for a little extra chunk damage. Jue also teleporting in with that Summoner Spellbook. Not at level 6 just yet though, and that could be crucial as we get the grub started up by both of these teams. Jue using the Hex Flash, not finding an engage just yet. First grub secured by Milky Way, but now Care to flash away. Unstoppable Onslaught into the pit. And it now means that JDG control the area. Decimating Smash lands just onto the Jarvan, but now he's looking to go in, find a Cataclysm onto somebody, but he's not going to be able to use it. Pei's will take him down, using that Chain of Corruption to make sure that ulti could not be used. And now Jachi looking for as much as he can with the Curtain Call, but overall JDG going to control those grubs and get a 2-for-1 edge.
I don't know what Milky Way was looking for there. The rest of his team wasn't really in position, and it's a tough fight there, especially for the fact that FPX, they have a lot of tools to be able to find one or two members. How do we not see Sheer and Milky Way work together with the Cataclysm and the Equalizer? Let's take a look back at this replay. This is a great flank here for FPX. They have Sheer pincering on one side, Milky Way's already in the pit, but Care has to use his Shuriken flip. From here on out, we need to be seeing the engage. Trap them in the entrance here. We're waiting for our Jhin to get into the spot, but Electrocute plus perfect execution should be enough with an Equalizer to find 2 kills at the very least.
Yeah, it felt like if they just maybe pressed that go button a little bit earlier, maybe Milky Way would have been able to get his ultimate off, but just that extra hesitation that was not necessarily the case when we saw Care and Milky Way play together on FPX a little over a year ago, where the decisiveness was always there. Milky Way was never afraid to go for these plays, and that's been the difference with the FPX Milky Way we've been seeing this season compared to last.
By the way, I just want to mention, JDG had a game on the 9th, so 2 days ago. They announced Juo yesterday. He's playing his first game. The time span and the amount of time to practice has not been very much here for JDG with their new support. And while support can have an impact on comms, we might see a much slower Jingdong, who already were a notoriously not very active team in the early game, especially because of some of the woes that they have, and I think particularly the kind of player archetypes that they have on their team.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what LNG did all season long when Juo was there, which was just drag games on to 30, 40 minutes and then either hope that they're in a position to flip a team fight or just eventually lose the game.
Lose in peace.
Yeah. Hopefully that's not what the vibe Juo is bringing to JDG, because it was never a great strategy on his team that he was spanning last split. But so far, it has been a quieter first 11 minutes to this one, as FPX do find their way towards the second dragon. They should be able to collect it, with Shun heading back to base.
Joshua also putting himself on the top side of the map with these 2 grubs, going to get himself a plate. He is only 2 CS behind in this matchup at 11 minutes. I mean, this is not an easy matchup for Rumble to play anyway, but speaks, I think, more to the fact that JDG will have that eventuality in terms of the tank stats, and FPX have not made too many meaningful upgrades here in this early game. They found the early kill onto Pays. They failed and flubbed at a Herald fight. Grabbing themselves the first 2 dragons of the game is a good way to keep yourself in this, and it's going to be an Ocean Soul, so dragging out fights versus Sion may not be perfect, but gives a champion like Jin perfect time to really take his DPS to the next level.
Really, the bigger thing is you don't make sure that JDG don't get the soul for the Sion and the Xin Zhao, right? That just makes 5v5 even more unplayable. But for FPX, the goal was to try to find picks using their side laners. They have not been able to do that just yet. Although, as I say that, Scout has fallen victim to overstaying on waves this season and even splits past this year. We'll see if that happens yet again with Milky Way and Care both on the horizon, but nicely done by Scout, knowing that things could be a little bit risky, so backing away.
Ooh, Jarvan just got spotted thanks to Juo popping the Scryer's Bloom. Will be spotted here. Milky Way trying to clear out some vision. It's not much for JDG to contest right now. They're going to lose a large portion of this, so Scout has to be careful if Juo is going to be staying in mid lane. Could be a repeat offender going towards top side.
Little poke here. It's actually Juo. Where are we going? The rest of the team not nearly close enough, as the new support for JDG has to burn both summoner spells and his ultimate for just face checking a bush.
And he just had Xiaosu teleport. They're gonna have to swap here. Scout is gonna have to move towards bottom side. Sheer's gonna. I want to look towards bottom lane. They can do our observers. This is gonna be at least a plate going over to the Rumble. I'm glad that Xiaosu was watching to see if there's gonna be a play, but that is a very costly mistake from the new support.
And we'll see if it provides any impact. That's going to be no flash on your Rakan, who is a big primary engage for JDG's team, for the Rift Herald that's spawning in a minute and 30, and for the Dragon that is spawning in 3 minutes time. That could be the difference between FPX picking up a soul point or not, having JDG get themselves back into the objective department. So thankfully for Juo and JDG, does not result in death, does not result in any extra gold going over, but you have to wonder what made him go so aggressive here, or just like a face check and potential to place a ward down.
Thunder Sky Jarvan. This guy can't kill me, right? There's no way.
He got close. He got pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be Herald spawning in a minute's time. And I still advantage JDG here in these spots. There'll be TPs for both of our mid laners. More importantly, Care hitting that level 11 and teleporting into the fight could be a game changer, especially for the fact that some of the item spikes are not as impactful here for JDG early on.
Right now, FPX, I feel like in general they'd want to be in a situation where they're a little bit further ahead, just given the way their composition likes to function, but the 5v5's not unplayable just yet, although Xiaoshu is starting to get pretty beefy. Care in the side lane, just eating a chunk of damage from Scout, and not been able to find too much. Care is going to have to be very impactful in some of these big 5v5s or some of these big fights that break out. Trying to one-shot either a scout or Pays, one of these immobile backline carries.
They need to escort Jway into this river right now. It's going to be Milky Way and him walking into the bottom side closest to mid. But look at how easy it is. When you're playing this Varus versus the Jhin, it is way simpler for you to clear out all of the minion waves. And so Jhin has to take a little bit of time. Thankfully, he has the range with the Deadly Flourish to interact. But look at the vision. They have very few wards placed here. And a single one inside of the pit. And it should be JDG who gets to start this one up, and up to FPX to make a creative find here in this team fight.
That's what their composition wants to do, right? You throw the equalizer on top of the Cataclysm, find a singular member, have Care, find a flank. That has to be what FPX look for, not just fight things out fully front to back. Creativity here for FPX is important, but JDG don't want to start with the Herald just yet.
We have hit those level 11 marks for our mid laners. Care as well as Scout are going to be looking for recalls and teleporting into this fight. Wonder where they move first. Are they going to move immediately down into the bottom side? Scout is going to not even play chicken. He's going to take over mid alongside Pays and make it so that they have control of the mid wave, while Care just hoofs it on over.
Yeah, he's running as fast as he can, but that could give JDG enough time to start up this Herald. Now the teleport comes in and gives Care a good opportunity to flank. But the rest of FPX have not pressed the go button just yet, as JDG have done a nice job stacking up the 5-man unit to make sure that nobody can get singled out by the pick comp of FPX.
Well, now FPX, they get a wave in mid lane, or they get the wave in top side. They get to push bottom lane wave as well. This is golden experience being missed out by JDG. You can see how long. If this resets again, FPX are in a massive advantage state here.
Jway has his flash, has the Magnet Storm, looking for something, but Care gets caught out on the flank. Chain of Corruption comes down, and the Akali, it might just fall before she can even do any damage. Xiaoshu picks him up with the choo-choo train, and now Scout coming in with the Weaver's Wall, forcing Sheer to flash on out. A crucial mistake by the FPX mid laner will give JD Gaming the opportunity to secure the Herald.
Finally, a spot for them to finish this objective. More mid plates going down, and more importantly for me, jungle camps going away. A third dragon. FPX are going to be on the sole point at 17.5 minutes. This is exactly the kind of early game that they needed. Yes, there's been some hiccups here. Sheer should be able to live. Equalizer comes down. That's the wave gone. And this is good. This is still great here for FPX.
And so maybe, just maybe, Care dying was not in vain, as it will be sole point secured here by Milky Way. In response, of course, the Herald taken by Shun. Of course, the one kill going over, but FPX, if they can secure that soul, would be big. But Care, I feel like you could have got a lot of it without just not getting caught out by this.
Excellent analysis coming out from Graves. Do not die. This is good stuff to think about when you're playing any of your games, whether you are playing in competitive or solo queue at home. But yeah, I just
do what he did. Do a sheer, good flash, man.
Yeah, just flash. Sure, that could be the case, right? Like, you could just flash out of that one, and Care still loses a summoner spell and goes down. But all in all, this is I think, an even trade here. Now, what can JDG do? They have 2 Grubs, and they have a Herald. So, any of these turrets could fall. Are they going to look to try to prioritize Scout's lane? I don't think it's as important right now. I think what you're looking for is to break open mid and make it difficult for FPX to more meaningfully walk around the map.
Ooh, Jwo going for the quickness, finding 2 members with the charm and forcing Jachin to flash away, but now Jway's going to get caught out as well. Another Chain of Corruption comes through from Pays, and he'll snipe him down with the Empowered Arrow, making it 3-for-1. That's Feats of Warfare going over to JD Gaming and giving themselves the Feats of Strength.
Yeah, but like, why are we teleporting? I know I'm like nitpicking now for JDG, but that teleport from Xiaoshu feels very over-complicated. We did not need to be using these summoner spells. You've given Akali a lane now. She's not going to be able to take the turret thanks to Scout arriving, but maybe you're allowed to use the ultimate from Xiaoshu to move around the map a little bit more freely. So your teleport isn't as important, but Xiaoshu doesn't even get anything for that. He just teleported topside, lost a wave, and it's kind of meaningless. You're now going to have a TP advantage here available for this Rumble.
Thing is, somehow JDG still end up benefiting from it. All things considered, it's not a full tower able to be taken by Care on the bottom side. instead, going to be that first tower in the mid lane taken by JDG, as well as that kill, getting Pays to a very powerful status at this point. Just a couple of spells away from fully upgrading that Burrow mana and already working on that third completed item at just the 20-minute mark.
All right, 2.5 minutes before the next dragon. That would be Soul for FPX if they can have it. I need to see JDG force onto this Otacon. Maybe with a Herald in mid, they can try to force onto this turret and move forward. This will cause multiple members of FPX to move towards this map. You see them making their way towards topside. Xiaoshu just pushed a top lane wave in, and Scout needs to be careful. He cannot overextend on the bottom lane wave as he has to prep this teleport.
Otacon is being started here by JD Gaming, but Zhuo getting caught up by Milky Way a little bit. It forces JDG off the objective for now, but Milky Way now gets charmed up by the quickness, forcing Milky Way to flash away. And Zhuo will be able to get out alive after another very aggressive posture.
All right, tend to our lanes, walk back forward into either the jungle and steal some camps, or let's try to see if we can get position onto the Otacon. Milky Way is making his way over. There's a teleport from Scout. Care is going to walk and see if they can flank onto Pays through mid lane. Let's see if they can make this engagement. Pays still has flash.
Milky Way looking for something. The Deadly Flourish lands on to Shun, but now the Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. Milky Way once again going to die without issuing that Cataclysm. And a crucial death onto the FPX jungler will give JDG free reign to start up the Otacon once again.
But FPX, they can stall this out, and remember, a minute before the Soul, even if JDG get the Otacon, if this takes too long or they get reset on it, that could be very dangerous and a massive problem for JDG to deal with. But instead, FPX, I don't know why they're not just pushing forward. It's going to take them a long time to finish this Otacon. This should have been them moving forward with Jachi and the Curtain Call, using the Equalizer to push JDG off. And instead, they barely get any damage on a mid lane turret.
Yes, it's very difficult to do anything given what Xiaoshu and Pays were able to do to box out FPX now that Milky Way has gone down. Another instance of indecisiveness here off Milky Way, just not pressing the R key.
He's not in range at that point. The versus Pays, and Pays still has flash, so it's really difficult. This is a team composition where you need to have everybody in position. Rumble was not even nearby, and you would have gotten a Curtain Call, yes, but guess what? Zhuo was in the area. He would have been able to block at least some of them with the quickness. So I think a lot of mistakes coming on through. It's Zhuo finding Milky Way and Jue, and now Dragon spawns in 10. Care needs to get a teleport in, and this needs to be the fight for FPX that breaks the game for them.
Yeah, because the scaling from JDG really starting to come online as we see Xiaoshu approaching 1,000 Soul Furnace stacks, already at 2 completed items, and not going to get any weaker as this game progresses. Care will get that tier 1 turret, and maybe FPX will feel comfortable giving up this dragon if it means finding some of their standing gold, but I feel like at this point they want the 5v5.
JDG already got their kills, they already got their turrets.
Interruption lands on Jue, but it's going to cost Zhuo a lot of HP, maybe even his life as Sheer flashes forward. The dragon gets secure, but it's a 1-for-1. Support for jungler in favor of JDG for now. Fully charged Q into the hands of JDG. And the Equalizer does a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. A double kill picked up here for Xiaoshu, and FPX just dropped like flies as JD Gaming pick up 4 kills for the price of 1, and might be a 5th as Jachi gets a huge seismic shove caught on top of him. Shun dashing forward and making it all 5.
There we go, a full-on ace, the dragon to stop it, and they get the bottom lane tier 1. JDG just basically won off of the last 5 minutes of play. They got the Otacon, they took 2 turrets here as well. I don't know what else to say. We check this replay. This teleport from Care is way too far away. Why is he not teleporting into the Tri-Brush to find this flank? By the time he gets to this fight, it is already over. Milky Way gets caught out, and all of this advantage just trying to go onto Zhuo means nothing. Zion is way too tanky, and I just want to watch Care. I know it's a terrible time to put a spotlight on a mid, but it's a full, perfect execution over every single unraveled Earth Rock from Scout. So he comes out of the first cast of his ult, and is already almost dead.
Yeah, it just seems like another situation where FPX not fully on the same page. Nobody knows when exactly the right point is to go in.
Zhuo, what are we doing?
Milky Way has used his ult once until I say that and tries to find something onto Zhuo. But it's not going to find anything else as he's able to dash away. Care actually nearly getting assassinated here. It just takes a lot of damage on the back end of things. FPX not in a good position to do much at this point.
How does Zhuo get out of that, bro? That's plot armor right there. There's no reason that he gets to live that for positioning in that way, but I guess FPX are just too far behind. Not enough damage right now. Milky Way is trying to get to his Black Cleaver, but he's running out of camps to take as JDG take every single resource away from FPX, pushing on 2 separate waves, and with Baron spawning in a few, have to imagine that JDG are going to try to use this as a platform to try to end this game.
I mean, if you don't end it here, like off of this push, you can always turn back to the Baron, which is just spawned. And at this point, it should be pretty easy for JDG to start up on their own. Remember that they are the team that does excel in these 5v5s. Now that Xiaoshu is as tanky as he is, nobody on FPX has any chance of taking him down.
You say that, but look at his teammates, right? Shun has 3,000 HP because he has a Black Cleaver and a Sundered Sky. Scout is getting very close to that threshold, already with the Rylai's giving him a little bit more HP, and the Seraph Shield there. Even this Edge of Night from Pays makes it a little bit more difficult for FPX to find damage onto him. So the side lane plays that we wanted to see from FPX haven't really occurred. This matchup in top lane, Sheer is a player who really excels when lanes are really long and he can play by himself. His Rumble has not been impressive so far this split, so I don't know what else we're waiting for. Maybe Jachi when he hits up an Infinity Edge, but by that point, the game's already over.
Yeah, I mean, staring at a 6,000 gold deficit, FPX just have them try to make a play happen right now. They'll try to do so again onto the new support of JDG, but he just takes up so much damage, and eventually will just force Dway to go down here thanks to the piercing arrow. Now Xiaoshu can teleport in and utilize that unstoppable onslaught, and on the backside of things, not even Milky Way can do anything about it. Finally, the curtain call will help Pays go down, but it'll cost FPX 3 members as JDG get all of the gold that they want and can start up this Baron for free.
Chat, I need to ask, why did it take us 26.5 minutes to see a Jarvan ult plus Equalizer combo? There was no reason for this to have waited so long. There were opportunities in the early game. They needed to have much better coordination here. If Jachi steals this with a Deadly Flourish, then hooray, you stalled the game for 3 minutes. It's not even going to happen. Shun's going to get the smite there, and now they need to reset as Dragon is spawning in 50. We take a look at this replay. We've seen it. Dwo gets caught multiple times, but again, 26.5 minutes is the first time we get Cataclysm and Equalizer. Why?
Yeah, just not on the same page again, and this is the combo. Milky Way and Tear, the duo that was a part of FPX just a year ago. And, you know, Sheer kind of getting boxed out of the rest of the fight as well, only being able to utilize that Equalizer. Can't use any of his other portions of his kit really to get into that fight, and it allows for JDG to get themselves the Baron as well as a couple more kills. They can look to try to put the finishing touches on this game at this point in time. Milky Way getting targeted once again. Nice flag and drag to get on out of there earlier on.
Well, I have good news, everybody. Jachi needs about 400 gold. So not this wave, not the next one, but the 3 waves from now, so about 2.5 minutes, he will have Infinity Edge. And we'll be very happy. Then we can start rejoicing. Even though I think the game is already kind of doomed at this point, with JDG now picking up their second Dragon of the game, and they still have Baron in front of the minute and a half. Maybe they find a pick here. I don't know. They're going to have to make a pretty disgusting base defense if they want any chance here.
Have to try to find something. Milky Way looking for the flag and drag, realizing, hey, Xiaoshu maybe not the target that I'm looking for at this point. The poke damage not doing anything, and now it's actually just going to be Sheer getting targeted instead. Flashes over the Weaver's wall, will be able to live while being overheated. But now FPX have to take a couple of resets, and that allows more time for JDG to break over the base.
Good luck trying to clear any of these waves. You're going to have a Talia, and you're going to have a Varus just aiming for you, gunning to try to take you down here. FPX lose their bottom lane inhibitor. No mid-wave to push on yet.
Oh. Milky Way gets taken down again. Flash, Smite, Cataclysm, everything available for him, but just the sheer amount of crowd control on JDG is enough to take him down. Joy's the next target. Already a 2-for-0 in the base of FPX. And it should be more very, very soon. Care goes down, Pays gets himself kill number 6, and Sheer will hand him over a double kill to wrap up this game number 1. An absolute clinic from JDG in their new debut with their new roster, as FPX never stood a chance as JDG go up on the series 1-0.
This is what we saw from them in game number 1 of the last time FPX versus JDG occurred here in Split 3. A dominant game number 1 from everybody here on JDG. But I'll be honest here, Grapes. You could have put anybody on the opposite side from FPX. They looked disjointed. They looked unable to really coordinate the team fights that we wanted from them. And hell, we waited for an R5 Akali and got nothing from it.
And I don't want to do too much of the speculation or anything, but it feels like an FPX that is struggling, you know, both obviously on the Rift, but also in terms of the confidence levels that these players have in themselves and in their own team. Obviously, there was a lot of drama with the offseason in terms of, you know, how the roster ended up getting put together. But it really feels like this team is not on the same page. And even when you have a jungler like Milky Way, who is known for being very aggressive, going for big plays, it feels like even he is making decisions that is trying to help the team not lose instead of trying to help the team win. And that is never a recipe for success here in the LPL.
Even with Zhuo having some weird positions and almost getting caught a few times, that was a much slower game that we needed to see FPX take control of. Honestly, I think the portion of the game that they lost, because even with them not getting the combo that we wanted to see, they had all 3 of the first dragons, right? 22 minutes rolls around. What happens? They are pushing into mid and giving over the Otacon instead of pushing them off the objective. I feel like kind of that maybe speaks to that confidence that you were just referencing. The fact that they don't feel like they could try to see if they can. They don't even have to actually contest the objective. They know they don't have smite. Just push them off of it. Make them burn a lot of time so you can retreat on your side of the map. Very simple in my mind.
Yeah, just weren't able to get it done. And after the first 10 minutes or so didn't go their way, when you look at the compositions on both sides, it's an FPX, you know, 5-man unit that needed to be ahead once we got to the mid game in order for them to have any chance to close out the game. Like, that is how the game plan goes. You continue to force fights, you continue to be aggressive. Once you fall behind, very difficult for FPX to accomplish anything, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board to find something that works for them going into game number 2. As we take a look at the full, you know, damage charts, the gold graph and everything. Normally in LPL, we talk about things going very lopsided. This was fully JDG controlled.
Care did almost as much damage as Rakan did. That is not the Akali I needed to see. I don't know why my Akali has 6,000 damage. That is kind of miserable, and you can kind of see the damage percentage shared 12% for both Milky Way and Care, the duo that we highlighted going into this series, coming up missing here in game number 1.
Speaking of missing was not missing here. It was Zhuo coming in and picking up a win in his debut with JDG. Still have to finish off the series, but we saw some highs, saw some lows out of him, but none of the lows really ended up coming back to bite him, as new JDG looks pretty good.
The lows were on the other side of the rift. They were coming out of the red side nexus. Yeah, I don't know. There is a lot of champions that I think thematically don't very work well for JDG and the way they like to play. I know that you had said, like, hey, Jhin for Jachi doesn't feel like it's the right champion, especially from what we've got from him in series past. I don't think Sheer is a very good Rumble player, at least from what we've got from him so far in 2025. And Milky Way showed that we are not playing Jarvan.
Yeah, it just continued to pain me to see how hesitant Milky Way was to go for some of these plays. And sure, you can say, hey, Ruler has, or Pays has his flash, like, if I just ult him, he's going to just flash away. But just trying to force something instead of just sitting there and waiting to die would have been more impactful. The fact that we had to get to this moment here to, as you mentioned, see that Equalizer Cataclysm combo showed that they weren't doing enough quick enough.
And part of that does come down to the support, right? Like, Jway needs to be finding and creating angles with his teams, even if it is negative, right? Like, even if we had seen them drop kills early just so they can get summoner spells, that would have been more, in my mind, reasonable, and I would have been okay with saying, okay, look, FPX, they tried, they failed, but at least we got to see them do something in this game. The problem is that we didn't see them do very much for a large portion of this one, and maybe a little bit of inactivity is going to kill them here, but I don't know. Game 2, I need to see some kind of bounce back. I need to see, like, some way to maybe punish Zhuo, because we've saw him caught out so many times in this game. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's basically exactly the Zhuo that we saw on LNG, where he would go for some plays, he would flip the game a little bit sometimes, and would get called out a lot. And we're seeing some of those patterns kind of come together for JDG. Thankfully for them, though, did not result in them getting punished whatsoever, as FPX took a bit of a beating to JD Gaming overall. They have now fallen down to 1-0 in the series, as JDG look to make sure that they are a team that can compete and can be in consideration for some of those international spots.
So, thinking about MVP, honestly, I don't know who we're giving MVP to. Pays was pretty consistent, but again, there was not much to do. They lost the early laning phase in the 2v2. Scout didn't have a bad game, and maybe you could say that his Unraveled Earth made it very difficult for the opponents, which I would agree with.
Let's take a look. I actually really have no idea at this point. They gave it to Scout for exactly that reason, I would assume.
Yep. Didn't see too much, but it is on the Akali to make things happen when you're playing this Talia. So, didn't see that from Care, and Scout gets to pick up his 4th MVP of the split.
Yeah, a player that's had some ups and downs in this split, to say the least, but played consistently, survived a little bit of pressure, and made sure that he was never caught out of position, like a lot of members of FPX ended up being throughout this game. As JDG up 1-0 now in this best-of-3 series over Fun Plus Phoenix. They 2-0'd them in the first round of things. Will they be able to do it again to wrap up their matchup and wrap up their history in split number 3? We'll find out in just a few short minutes here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we just saw the debut of Zhuo on JD Gaming, and it looked pretty good overall here for our team that is struggling a little bit in the LPL, but of course picking up a very clean game number 1 win over Fun plus Phoenix. All FPX really have not gotten it going all season long, and this was no exception, but you have to give some credit to JDG for playing some pretty clean games.
Let's be honest about FPX. This is a team that, barring a single miracle win, 2-0 versus an IG who are looking like top dogs here in the LPL, would effectively be winless. They lost against WE. Last time we saw this matchup versus JDG, they got 2-0'd as well. So not only do we need to see something different, we need to see something that we haven't seen from FPX all split long, which is being able to very cleanly close out with a kind of bunch of fresh guys on the roster.
Yeah, it just has not worked out. Thinking that maybe Milky Way coming in would bring a little bit of a boost to the squad. Given the fact that he's had some success with FPX in the past, him and Care, of course, having that experience together last year, but it's not looked the same this time around. And for FPX, needing to find some decisiveness in some capacity, and a player that not only has a go button on a champion that can go in for an engage, but wants to be the one to start that fight. I feel like Jue had a couple of those moments, but Milky Way had the most agency to do so on the Jarvan in game number 1, and just never felt super willing to press that button, or was never put in a position to do so when the rest of his team was set up around him.
And the funniest thing that I kind of think about when I look at these two teams is that the only thing that is separating them is the difference in the win column, right? Because we look at them before this series, JDG is 5-11. FPX are 5-12. But JDG have at least won 2 series. Whereas FPX, again, huge spoiler, the fact that they won that 1 series, I don't know how realistic it is that they're going to be able to continue to do that. And again, yes, FPX, they have people who are going to talk. Milky Way, from what we saw from RNG comms, is definitely a really talkative person. Jue especially is a huge voice, but we did not see him in that last game. I feel like outside of the laning phase, Jue was incredibly invisible, which is, I think, a really weird scenario to find ourselves in as a player that, like you said, all pro nods in Split 2, and was one of our best supports not on a top 3 team in the LPL.
Yeah, it just really hasn't been the same, this split for Jue. I think you can attribute it to a number of things. Nico's not as popular in the meta. That was one of his best champions. He's not playing with Awesome anymore. He's playing with Jachi, so just some of that new synergy. And again, when you are a support player who is most well known for, starting fights and being a primary engager, when your team is struggling, it's going to be very hard for you to look good, and so that definitely has been the case for Jue. I think him and Jachi have had decent moments on this team so far, but it has not resulted in them picking up wins in best of series, at least other than that one that they had against IG. You'd imagine that FPX go back onto the blue side. I feel like comfort is going to be the most important thing for them. Finding champions that, specifically for Sheer and Milky Way, that they're able to succeed on.
Yeah. I think that making sure that Jue has some kind of engage. I don't want to see him on Braum. I don't want to see him on these peel supports that are going to help FPX if they want to get out of fights but aren't going to give them that go button. You can see the man on your screen. Milky Way is out. IYY has returned with a mid-series substitution. I don't know how this is going to look. The last time we saw IYY was that upset against IG. I imagine, look, Milky Way has gotten a lot of starting time, and if you're FPX and your season might already look a little chalked, in my opinion, I thought that the change for Milky Way was a bit of a disaster move. Let's start to build these young players and look to potentially build up the next franchise of LPL greats.
It's fair enough that they had a win with IYY on the roster, and they have not found the same level of success ever since Milky Way came in. And those growing pains, you can't let them linger for too long. If you're FPX, the season is 14 series, but it's starting to get towards the back half of things where moves will have to be made if FPX want to get a better seed in the play-in stage, if not just make it into the playoffs entirely, as we head into game number 2 of this series with FPX on the blue side, seeing if any bans decide to switch up now that IYY is rejoining the team.
A lot of junglers gone here from the side of FPX that they're getting rid of. What exactly are they pairing up for right now? Looking into the jungle right now, You still have Wukong available here for IYY. Maybe this is them even trying to look for something in the mid lane. Things like Orianna here for Care could be a good advantage if they want it. But Pantheon makes it all the way through the Big Pan and might be the first champion we get to see here for IYY.
Wow, okay, so bit of a bold move by JDG to leave this pickup as one of the most banned champions in the entire game, especially here in the LPL this season. And so IYY going to get a chance to play one of those OPs, as it'll be an Azir to respond here for Scout. Pays locking in a Kai'Sa, one of Jachi's best champions as well.
Okay, we are getting a game that looks like it wants to go late. Now, playing on side lanes is going to be a bit more difficult, especially with a Pantheon on their side. And for JDG, already setting themselves up with really strong teamfight tools that can keep their opponents at bay and stop things like the Pantheon from engaging onto them. So let's see, Nautilus in my mind actually gains a lot of priority. Just having that point-and-click ultimate, also the strong laning phase alongside something like Corki could be something that they're looking for.
See if they want to round at the bot lane here for Jachi and Dway, or get another high priority pick. With the Azir, you know, you always think of like certain assassins. You know, Care has a pocket Kassadin that he can whip out. Wonder if that ends up coming into play, as FPX do have their backs against the wall here in this series specifically.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way this guy came to the studio and has an IYY. No way. I do not believe.
No. What?
That guy had that. There's no way he knew this was going to happen.
This guy's lucky day. He comes in wanting to root for IYY, brings the poster, even though he's not in the starting lineup, and then, wow. I mean, or he's just prepared for everything and just has...
Yeah, or all the fans, or the FPX fans rightfully had all of the banners. That's probably more likely, but still, our headcanon is way funnier here. So it is going to be that Nautilus, so point and click engage, and more so tracking where this Azir and Kai'Sa can land. JDG are going to answer with a Nico, which we have seen has been nerfed multiple times, still one of the strongest lanings for a support champion. And with a Kai'Sa, I wonder if we're going to be getting any kind of early skirmishing. Would be something that really tests the duo of Pays and Zhuo early.
Yeah, I mean, it's whenever you play double range in the bot lane, it's always a little bit of added intricacies to make sure that you're fully taking advantage of the 2v2. So, you know, we'll see if that ends up becoming a factor here. And if Zhuo and Pays, who struggled a little bit in the laning phase of game number 1, are able to pull it together a bit more going into this second matchup. We're seeing mid lane targeted here for FPX's side, whereas Shun right now is garnering a lot of that attention. That's already 4 junglers banned by FPX.
Skarner gone. Imagine this is going to be Maokai on 5. If they are really trying to make sure like there is no engage, because JDG, they have a lot of range, they have no ability to stop and hold fights here. I think getting rid of Wukong makes the Maokai even stronger, and that for me, saying okay, we can stop Pantheon mid ability with our Bramble Smash. I think it's just the perfect champion for your team. The only thing you might be worried about is you have a lot of magic damage, but I don't see that as an issue right now. I think you are more worried about making sure you can actually get to those team fights you were looking for.
Well, it's going to be Renekton here for Xiaoshu instead. It is a blind, so it does give Sheer the opportunity to try to counter this with something. Just not sure exactly what it will be. Again, we're looking for most likely solo laners on the Fun Plus Phoenix side. Care having a lot of tools up his sleeve to try to match up into Scout's Azir. Ahri might just be the answer for a little bit of extra CC. But instead, they're going to try to hold that pick just a little bit later as they grab K'Sante up in the top lane for Sheer.
All right, a winning matchup here for Xiaoshu. He had a really, really good Renekton game the last time we saw Xiaoshu pick this champion up. So excited to see what he could do is versus WE in game number 3. A lot of playmaking here for FPX. I think a very strong mid-jungle. What is the jungle for Sun going to be? I don't want to see Sejuani this game. I think he could have gone for other things we've seen from them this year. The Lee Sin would have been a little too squishy, but gives you that ability to kick. I would have actually liked to see maybe a Nocturne to try to hide this Nico later on into team fights, but we're getting a lot of frontline here, and this is a game where we have to play through Xiaoshu. I think a player that we haven't seen step up too much, really push his advantages in a lot of matchups. Here and now with a Sejuani in his back pocket, I want to see him pop off.
Yeah, you know, Renekton and Sejuani, a topside duo that does provide a lot of value. You know, we always talk about Yone and Sejuani, that was banned away, but Renekton provides a lot of similar levels of synergy with the permafrost stun, could potentially set up for some early kills onto Sheer. If not, you know, roaming around and finding opportunities on other sides of the Rift. As JD Gaming set up a very easy to execute front-to-back team composition on FPX's side, though. Again, all about the picks, although it feels like they have a little bit more agency to do some stuff in the later fights.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways, and especially talking about lanes. We need to see the solo lanes perform in this one. You have a Pantheon where if these lanes get long, you can have a Pantheon make a play with the Grand Starfall and do something. But we need to have Milky Way perform. Last time he was on the Pantheon, it was not at all as exciting. I'm thinking it's Milky Way, it's IYY. I'm already getting mixed up, but still, I think the point stands. We need to have FPX actually generate pressure early on. So anything they can do, if they can get early dragons, I think that's great for them as well.
I think they're going to need a little bit more than just that. Going to have to, you know, pick up some kills as well, which is something that they were severely lacking in that last series against, in the last game, I should say, against JDG. Want to avoid the full season sweep against this team in the regular season. They already got 2-0'd by them earlier on. Bringing in IYY, they try to reverse some of that fortunes again as we're on to the Rift for game number 2.
Okay, it's definitely the crowd mic. The gyos for JDG are loud. Yeah. This is a mic issue. Okay, never mind then. JDG, come on, bro. We're in Beijing. Let's. If NiP can have better crowd mics, we can do better. We are sponsored by Intel.
And as we are lining up here for this game number 2, quick trading back and forth. I want to give a quick reminder to everybody that LPL English is sponsored by prodiff.gg. The best place to get coaching from pro players, whether they're in the NACL, the LTA, or the ERLs. Coaches in all 5 roles that can help you improve at the game. So you can use code LPL at checkout to save 10% at prodiff.gg. We hop back into things. You already see IYY opting instead of going for an early...
Hell yeah!
Going for an invade onto Shun and his red buff.
Yeah, you are never going to be able to outsmite a Pantheon with Comet Spear, even with the nerfs on this patch. It is very, very deadly. This is also Shun going for Aftershock on the Sejuani, so maybe recognizing that the early skirmishing is going to be a little bit more important, Shun. I don't think we can do this, brother.
Wow.
We just commit to your bottom side camps. Let's trade. Let's play the map vertically. It sucks for Xiaoshu because he will not have the Sejuani on his side of the map, but you got to be able to make a trade here.
IYY, playing with some of the aggression that I feel like a lot of us have associated with Milky Way throughout his young career. Getting the early edge over Shun in that topside jungle. Now both their clears are going to be rather delayed, but this gives now IYY a good opportunity to try to impact the top side of the map. Potentially right now onto Xiaoshu, who already has that wave pushed in heavily against Xia.
This ward that Xiaoshu has is very fake, because he knows that there's going to be a Pantheon coming from his topside jungle. He needs to let this wave. I hope the observers show this right now, because we need to be looking at where Renekton is holding the lane. Is he going to try to push this in? It looks like that's going to be the case because he just used the slice and dice. But he knows Pantheon's on this side of the map. So by the time he gets spotted by this ward, honestly, I think IYY should be looking. Is Care going to get soloed?
Going in here, both mid laners at less than 200 HP off of that exchange. It looks like both are going to be alive for now. However, Shun is the one to get to the mid lane first. Care healing up a little bit with that Ahri passive. Slightly more challenging to go for a play. As now Shun will head over to the Raptors to try to steal away some of IYY's camps. The Pantheon is ready for him. Should be able to jump right into this and secure that objective once again, making sure that Shun does not have much. And he's going to force this Sejuani back out of here and to control the bottom side of the map as well.
And now Shun knows, okay, he reset, went towards his bottom side camp, or went towards, now to try to counter him on these camps. Does Shun just go ahead and take some of his blue buff? Because IYY, I mean, you could just have Cassante move after this next wave. You already have Ahri TPing back in, and the wave is going to bounce away from her. He's ignoring all of his camps. He's going to walk right through mid and cut Shun. Shun has done 3 camps, and IYY is going to get a massive experience differential if he's able to stop him.
He has 5 camps in his own jungle still left alive to take, and they're much easier for him to take than somebody like Shun, who still is not in a good matchup, Pantheon versus Sejuani, in terms of that dueling power. So IYY already providing a bit of a spark. I mean, we love Milky Way and we love what he was able to do for FPX last season, but so far it's looking like IYY might be the smart substitution.
Shun, go for your red side. Go. He doesn't know that the Gromp is taking. Guys, just take the. You know the Raptors are respawning. Shun, no, please, please, brother. Oh, yeah. IYY still has those 5 camps that we were talking about. So finishes his blue, Gromp into his wolves. He'll take his red buff afterwards, and he is going to be supercharged. He is going to be very close to hitting level 6 by the time grubs spawn, if not already before the grubs spawn, and that is going to be, I think, a massive game changer if they can use a Grand Starfall early.
IYY, again, kind of brought in last minute to replace Shadow from the FPX Academy team. Had an adequate showing in the few games that he got at that level. And now getting another chance, even though they brought in a player like Milky Way to effectively replace him. Joy missing 2 straight dredge lines in this 2v2. Not the best way to go for an improvement of what we saw in game number 1.
I like the idea, though. The first one obviously misses, but as long as Duo doesn't have the Nico clone, it is actually really tough for JDG's bottom lane to walk forward, because that is one of the tools you can use to try to block the hook. Unfortunately, Joy misses both, but I don't think it matters all that much. As FPX, they get priority from the bottom side. IYY now finishing his last camp here of his first round. His Raptors are not going to respawn until like 7:38 minutes into this game. So that'll be his second set of Raptors on his side of the map. And they're looking to contest on the bottom side with this massive experience differential they have in the jungle.
And Shun right now, you look at the minimap, there's nothing for him to do. He's basically playing River Shen at this point. Not farming anything, just trying to find some advantages where he can, find some opportunities to clear out some vision. It's a bit of a glorified support. As IYY doing a good job to farm up his camps, go for the invade, play these aggressive lines. It's resulted in FPX keeping things close, at least for now.
So with IYY having taken the first set of Krugs away from Shun, should mean that he knows the respawn timer there. And look at the ward coverage here from FPX. All towards the bottom side of the map. They want to see if they can either start this dragon or look to invade and catch out this Sejuani as they make the rotation. So IYY is going to get this dragon. So I wonder, I am not the biggest expert on experience from Dragon. I don't think he's going to hit level 6, but if he just walks through mid lane and steals it, like literally a single minion, he'll hit level 6 once he finishes his Dragon. Yeah.
You actually predicted that perfectly. He's like literally 1 minion away. So that'll be very big to have that Grand Starfall for potential fighter out there. Neither first blood has been claimed just yet, but both teams now itching to get on the board and make an impact here in this one. Remember, we said FPX in general wants to be able to find early game plays, and they have been able to do so with IYY picking up jungle camps, but not necessarily in terms of finding ganks just yet.
But that's fine, right? Like, we did say that we wanted to see a little bit more from Xiaoshu. He has barely a CS advantage into this Cassante, and he will still have a Sejuani later into the game. But for FPX, what did we see work for them in game number 1? Stack a lot of the dragon, put yourself in good spots here. Hopefully now with an Ahri and a little bit more playmaking, they should be able to look for something, and maybe that's going to happen on the top side of the map. Grand Starfall already accessed, but Shun does have the level 6. I don't think they know this objective is really going to be able to be taken by them, especially with the fact that they're just split right now.
Yeah, Xiaoshu's on the bot side, does not have that teleport. Should make it very easy for FPX to control. However, JDG with the Death Brush set up. Who's going to be able to face check this one first? 3 members. Jue flashes forward and he dredge lines the clone. Nicely done by Joel, but it looks like the assault will continue as the Grand Starfall comes in from IYY. They land the death charge on Napaze, but he flashes away underneath his tier 1 turret and will go down without anybody on JDG falling.
That is awesome. What I was gonna say is look at the experience differential between our supports right now. Jue had ultimate, Duo did not. That is exactly why we did not see JDG contest for the objective there. And all of this happening, Sheer does not have teleport until few seconds from now. He gave over a lot of gold over to Xiaoshu over this moment right now. That was 3 plates in the bottom lane and a full 2 or 3 waves going over to this Renekton.
Xiaoshu. Again, on a champion that he's had success on, both on RNG, but specifically here on JDG. as a player to replace the likes of Ala from Group Nirvana. Definitely a lot of high expectations placed on this player, and when he's on this champion specifically, we've seen him have success. Even against somebody like Sheer here, really dominating the 1v1 at this point, and will only get to continue to be stronger as this game goes on.
Game 1 had 3 out of the 5 players from RNG that got relegated this year.
Yeah.
With obviously Niket being on NiP and Tangyuan being in contract jail, we have a large reunion of the Royal Never Give Up squad coming in. And right now, so far with what we've seen, I think that Xiaoshu has definitely gotten the better end of the trade. Nigaway's not even in this game. So let's see what FPX can do with 3 grubs. They are not a team that I think uses them particularly well, but when you have an Ahri and a Pantheon, I'm expecting for there to be a little bit more action, and your ability to play make on side lanes is that much stronger.
There has his ulti available as he maneuvers his way slightly towards the top side of the map after clearing out a wave, not going officially for a dive of any sorts. As things really have started to slow down, Ulk, and overall, even though IYY got the better hand of things in the jungle matchup, the way that the lanes have balanced out and have JDG holding a not a non-zero gold lead at this point.
I just want to see something from Care, and I don't think that's going to happen until he finishes his first item here. Dro could look. You do have Shun in the wings, ultimate available for this Nico. Comet Spear will land, but the hook will not. And as long as there is no action, and as JDG continue to collect waves, this does play more towards that win condition that we had set up for them, which is 2 and 3 items for their carries and get into these strong front-to-back team fights.
We're not there just yet, but you can start to see some of that formula potentially in the next couple of minutes' time. We have this next dragon spawning in 55 seconds, and we are now going into setting up around that area. As we saw on the objective, or saw on the L3 last game, hey, just in his 100th LPL game.
Yeah.
Actually pretty impressive considering he literally just joined this year.
Yeah, he played Demacia Cup, and he's played every single game, obviously, this year for JDG. Impressive that he's already made 100 games. That is very, very impressive. However, I have checked because some people would feel like, hey, 3 splits, there's some viewer fatigue. We've actually played on par about the same amount of games we would have in the last 2 if we had a 2-split system, at least from previous years. So not all that much of a big change there, but we engage on to Jway.
Yeah, Sean landing that Glacial Prison easily. Jway will get knocked down for first blood, but now here comes IYY going forward and taking down Scout, who's not able to find anything with his Emperor's Divide and dives with his flash up. A 1-for-1 overall, as now FPX can make their way towards the dragon, if not looking for more. Zhuo chunked down to 200 HP, and he'll have to flash away to safety.
All right, so good things here for JDG. They got gold onto Scout. Good news for FPX. They now have themselves 2 dragons here, and they'll be able to make a play without Scout or without Shin having flash for that Herald in 2 minutes. This was so OP. I mean, this should have been a massive fight for them. Yeah, they thought that Shun was just walking through. They did not know it was Zhuo. And then here, I feel like Scout should have just been willing to press the ult a lot sooner. Immediately move in, and a massive engage from Care finds the charm onto this Azir. But still, they're getting gold. They're even right now. And even with, like we noted, IYY having those 3 or 4 camp leads that he got for himself, the gold is even right now here for JDG. And a lot of that is thanks to the solo laners in particular, especially Xiaoshu.
Yeah, but Scout was able to pick up that 1 kill, but ends up dying as well. Giving that one over to IYY, who will try to continue to snowball this thing for FPX as the lead initiator from long range. Scout has been, known to get caught out a couple times here in this season. Did a good job of avoiding that last time in our last game, but on this Azir, the best setup to start this team fighting process out.
This would have been the perfect time, actually, to have that Grand Starfall, if I'm being honest. Like, with Scout constantly getting waves on top side to himself, getting the gold onto his ear is exactly what JDG wanted to do. And the way you typically, in my mind, want to be able to use Grand Starfall is you're able to make a play on one side of the map, reset, and Pantheon can very quickly get back out and make a numbers advantage for you in that way, or at least even out a fight. So maybe we get to see a little bit more of that from IYY later as this game does go late. We are expecting this to be one that does count down on the timer here. FPX do have, this is an infernal soul potentially here for FunPlus. They need to keep the pace of the game very fast. Another 3.5 minutes here. Oh no.
Jonas found out IYY, maybe greeting for an extra camp, not worth it this time around, as there's that Renekton Sejuani combo, as Jashu gets the kill onto the pan.
That is 20 seconds before Herald. That is not what we wanted to see. JDG are going to be able to clear up their waves. They need to clear a lot of this vision right now. Zhuo is heading towards the bottom side of the map. It doesn't seem like they want to try to contest for this, and this is a bit problematic. You are allowing Scout to be on a side lane by himself, potentially getting caught out, especially with Grand Starfall coming up when Pantheon respawns.
Yeah, we'll see exactly, what those grading processes look like here for JDG as we continue to go forward in this game. Right now, mid lane could get contested a little bit here. JDG actually have done a nice job opening up this gold lead, especially off that last kill. But now FPX feeling like they have to try to respond in some capacity, as they're going to actually be the ones to start up this Herald.
I think it's fine. Look at the vision right now. There are so many pink wards, and there's a lot of vision on the red side jungle of JDG. So it's impossible for them to step in. They're going to give this objective up. Scout probably gets to catch one more wave, but needs to be a little cautious. We're going to go ahead and make a trade on the bottom side of the map. Pantheon is flying on through. Oh no, Scout, you just used Q!
Yep, and now he gets the Emperor's Divide off, and the flash already used, but now the dive can commence with Jway on the way. Depth charge comes out, Scout using the shifting stance to try to get away, but here comes that crowd control chain, and it will be Scout going down for the second time. Xiaoshu jumping in with the dominance, going to try to make things happen in a 3v1. He'll at least get the first kill, but the Herald will be used by Jway to escape, and Care has a charm and has enough crowd control to keep himself alive.
Man, that's so tough. Zhuo gets engaged. Kaisa can fly through. That's the flash away. He's going to get out. And the teleport finally matched by Sheer. Too late, though. Xiaoshu had already grabbed at the bot side turret. And a good enough answer from them opens up a 3,000 gold lead.
Nicely done here by JDG. I think a big extra portion of that is that the Rift Herald was not used to pick up any turret gold, at least yet. It was Jway who had to use it to escape. As it now doesn't even get a full proc out onto the tier 1, so not the most effective usage of that objective that FPX worked very hard to try to pick up.
You don't get to see it right here. The Q, that's the mistake here. I like the buffering of the ultimate, the flash from Scout immediately to get out of this. And Xiaoshu just wanted to get the turret. He immediately teleports for this. And it does take them way too long. And with them summoning the Herald, maybe a mistake coming on through from FPX. It gives one of them the out. But Xiaoshu, now 2,000 gold over Sheer. This Renekton is huge in this game.
Really quickly becoming one of Xiaoshu's best champions, one of the best tools for success for JD Gaming, who are looking rather clean with the new 5-man roster that they have with Zhuo.
Oh
they continue to look for some aggressive plays, this time again onto IYY. But now the re-engage can come through. Care landing a charm onto Xiaoshu, instantly bursting him down. Scout with the Emperor's Divide is going to knock 2 of them away as FPX want to continue the chase. But a nice disengage from JDG will mean it's only Xiaoshu to go down, but it'll come at the cost of Soul Point getting picked up for FunPlus Phoenix.
3 dragons, and now Ari gets a little bit of alone time on the bottom side. A huge mistake there. No shutdown, surprisingly, for Xiaoshu available for Jachi to pick up, but I thought they would have pulled the trigger a little bit sooner. I think Shin should have gone forward first to try to catch IYY when he was in the pit. Unfortunately, gets punished, and let's see, can FPX grab themselves a turret? This is going to be JDG shifting to the other side of the map and doing what they wanted to do most, get this Azir gold, already opening up a lead between him and Care.
Is it going to be worth it if it comes at the cost of some of your other members not being as strong, or if Scout's going to continue to get caught out like he has been in some of these recent fights? We will continue to see, but overall JDG doing a good job at least keeping the gold in a still comfortable position, despite the fact that maybe they took some fights that they didn't feel like were the most necessary.
Like here, that's already too late, and obviously they don't know yet that Care is behind. Oh, I did not see that Shud absolutely whiffed his ultimate here, and obviously the slice and dice right into a Nautilus hook. Not the best, so let's clean up the play, boys. If you are a JDG fan, you are still expecting yourself to be really comfortable as this game comes on through. Pays getting closer to his second item, and Jachi probably another 5 minutes before he is ready with his fully stacked Muramana.
Oh, jeez, yeah. We're a long ways away from that at this point in the game. Gachi staying even in terms of gold with Pays so far. Again, that was our featured matchup, but not going to be able to dish out those damage numbers that he has been very well known for, just in terms of the statistics that he has compared to the rest of his team, until we get a little bit later on into this one. Perhaps around when this 4th dragon does spawn is when FPX can try to pull the trigger a little bit more. But for now, it's JDG really controlling this area of the map. As they're setting up now for an Otacon that is about to spawn.
You have Kaisa, you have Azir. You have to be able to start this Otacon on spawn if you really want it. They're going to push one more wave. Shen actually has a couple camps on the bottom side of the map, so it looks like that is not going to be the choice here for JDG. Kara is playing with a lot of respect. I feel like you should be willing, as Care, constantly match Scout. You have the Grand Starfall. I want to see more plays where we can try to force out Scout, especially because after that play on the top side to try to kill him, he got his he has his flash almost back up. And we've done nothing to punish this Azir. So looks like they're going to try to play off of the top tier 1, grab this for themselves. And there's a teleport flank ward here available for FPX.
Setting up vision to make sure that if JDG started, they will know. Unlike what happened to them last time around. We are continuing to trudge along here, a little bit on the quieter side in this game number 2. I think both teams realize that they have decent scaling and can actually just play this one out as long as they feel like. And now it is JDG to start up the Otacon. And at this point, it's a good time for them to do so, as Jue and Shira are still in base.
They can't even teleport for this. Jue is going to be a long ways away. Again, Kaisa, Azir, this Rift's already half HP, and it is only barely Care in the area. And there's this Azir turret.
Here comes the teleport. It's in from Shira on the flank, but it's going to be far too late. IYY just walks into the pit, but he already is just going to see the Otacon fall to the hands of JDG. Now the fight can begin, though. A charm lands on the shun. IYY going to stun him up, but a 3-man Pop Blossom comes through from Duo, and the newer member of JDG going to try to break open this team fight. Xiaochu dashing forward with the slice and dice, taking down Sheer, flashing out Najachi, and finishing off Fun plus Phoenix. That is a 5 for nothing, baby. A triple kill picked up for Pays.
And now they're going to be able to play on 2 waves, an entire wave here for Pays to be able to play with, move into their topside jungle, get this mid-tier 1. That Otacon plus the fight afterwards almost guarantees that JDG are going to have a smooth coast into the rest of this game. Dragon spawns in a minute, and that is going to be a fight that FPX need to win.
I don't know if they're going to be able to at this point, all, because that might have been the backbreaker at this point. It already was tilting JDG in terms of the gold, in terms of the momentum. This is going to seal the deal.
Just the Otacon giving so much experience. It is a game breaker. I can't wait for this thing to get nerfed in the next season. We'll see. And then this Pop Blossom from Duo, make or break in the fight. And from here, it is so easy for JDG to just slowly take down the HP bars. Feel bad for Pays. He doesn't get caught mid-air of that charm. Maybe it's a pentakill, but that's me just picking at straws here.
Might have another opportunity to do it, as still another couple of fights that are going to have to be won by JDG if they want to close out this season sweep over Fun plus Phoenix across both ends of the double round robin. FPX still have an angle to try to pick up this Infernal Soul that's spawning in about 5 seconds time, but JDG are prepared for it. They're up 6,000 gold, and they've already found out IYY. Did not get hit by the Glacial Prison, but now going to get clapped upon by Pays. And he's just going to keep alive for a little bit longer, but finally Xiaoxu will knock him down. First casualty in favor. Scout with the Emperor's Divide will land it onto 2. Pop Blossom not going to find too much, but Pays with the killer instinct will dive into the back line. Try to take down Jachi and do so successfully. And it's another 4 kills in the hands of JD Gaming. Character trying to take down Xiaoxu to make it some sort of a reprieve. But FPX just continue to get slaughtered in this series.
Too much healing, the Dragon's gonna go over, and another fight here where we do not see FPX working as a 5-man. IYY is too far up. I can't wait to take a look at this replay because this is another game in a row where Jue is absolutely invisible so far in this Nautilus. Watch what he does here. Walks up. I don't know what we're spacing. Q into the wall. We have nothing. The ultimate onto who? Who are we putting the depth charge on? Who are we waiting on? We've already used all of our spells. We're in the middle of 5 members, and Jachi cannot hit. Kara cannot find the damage. And that just is going to be the series coming on through for JDG. A strong 2-0, but one that they needed to take, considering how much they've been faltering here in Split 3.
And depending on how this series looked, we were considering JDG to even be a bottom 2 team in the LPL. Like, if FPX looked better than them, having taken wins off of them in IG, like, conversations would have been had about where JDG really did place and if this roster change is going to do anything to save them. And you could credit Zhuo or not, and credit the rest of the players on JDG, I think just as much. I think Zhao Shu's had a great game, Pays playing very well. But JDG, they want to prove that they belong in that upper echelon, in that top tier of teams in the LPL like they were expecting to be in at the start of the year.
And this is Xiaoshu pushing his advantage on the Renekton. 40 CS up in the matchup here, and doing incredibly well to get into the faces of FPX. That's a catch on to Care.
That's a flash of the Ahri gone. That might be enough for JDG to just start this Baron on spawn. I mean, they feel super powerful at this point in the game. Would not be surprised to see them just go for it, but trying to play things a little bit.
Looks like they're trying to position into mid. See if Jue or Jiachi are going to walk forward. They're on vision here. No one else from JDG is spotted. Scout's going to get a top lane wave. They're going to reset, go back to their minion waves here. Do FPX look to force? They just saw Nico respawn, and with that single ward next to the turret, it's not going to be enough for them. I mean, Pays has 3 items. You have almost 3 items here on Scout. He is getting very close to finishing what looks to be his Zhonya's Hourglass. As soon as that item's completed, I would fathom that this game is really difficult to win from this position.
Already is here for Fun plus Phoenix, who have not been able to find much momentum in Split 3. Remember, in Split 2, they started up Group Ascend 0-4 before starting to win a couple of series in a row. Have not been able to find that same level of momentum, at least just yet, to go on that second half surge. And as the second half of the second round robin does begin, the answers are starting to run dry, and FPX look like a team that is destined for that play-in stage, maybe even an earlier exit here before the LPL Championship does begin. Now, positioning around the Baron becomes the name of the game. Scout and Xiaoshu hunting Shun has his Glacier Prison up in 2 seconds.
Oh, Jue's dead.
Immediately onto Jue, and Zhuo goes in with the Pop Blossom as well. He gets bursted down, and now Sheer goes all out, gets sent back in by Scout, and it's already a 2-for-1 in favor of JD Gaming. IYY looking to go forward. Karen Jachi still do a lot of damage. There goes Paige with the Killer Instinct. They find the Corki and be able to take him down. Care, though, dashing in, nearly takes down the Kaisa, but he will be able to survive. It's a double kill for Paige, another ace for JDG, and they will claim the Baron as their reward.
Let's go ahead and grab this Baron. This is a freebie for us, boys. FPX, they cannot find the fight that's going to win them this. And now it's going to explode to a 11,000 gold lead here. JDG look like they are performing, but this is one of the series that we had them having to win. They have to win these series against teams that we have lower in the standings, and especially teams that we expect that they should handily take care of. Jue gets this engaged, but it lands on the Xiaoshu. I think the fact that Zhuo goes down and gets nothing with this Pop Blossom, Sheer is very sad that he does not get the kidnap over the wall. If that all-out takes Pays over, maybe there's a little bit more room. I don't know. These are just desperate plays coming from a desperate team looking to get anything here in this series.
And, you know, Jue on the Nautilus, another champion that as you fall further behind becomes much harder to find opportunities with, is not having himself the best go of things. And Zhuo has got some nice engages on the Nico himself in his first series with JD Gaming. And now the Baron for the next 2 minutes. Do what they did in game number 1, slowly and methodically try to choke out FPX and give themselves the win.
Sashi's going to push on 2 waves. I love this play. Keep using the Baron. It's up for another 2 minutes. We do not have to start the Dragon that spawns in 15. Let's put our opponents on the timer here. We can look for an end if multiple members go down. Any kind of team fight here from JDG ends up in a win in their position. Now with the Azir turret, I mean, FPX, they got so close to Souls twice now, and it has not panned out.
It's interesting to see JDG play a little bit more on the reserve side. I feel like if you have Baron buffed and you're up this far ahead, why even bother taking the Dragon if you could just try to win it right here? But They want to make sure they cross all their T's, dot all their I's, make sure that they are in the best position possible. Get up to 3 and 5 in the standings and put themselves back into contention for potentially reaching into that top 4.
It's crazy. A team like JDG barely even looking to be in top 4, much less a like dark horse to win, right? Like they're not even expected to really go far in these playoffs. Joshu's looking for a blast cone. Can he make it happen? Kara's on a flank. It's not on vision here. But that clone from Two is proving to be so problematic. Jway can't find an engage. Kara is like, am I going to charm a clone? This would be the worst case scenario for us.
So he charms Shun. Still not going to work out very much for him. And now IYY is going to get targeted. And Shun will finally get some revenge from all the camp stealing that IYY did in the early game by getting a kill onto him at the 30-minute mark of this game number 2. Now a numbers advantage opened up for JDG. They have the Baron buff for one more wave. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to use it to break open.
What are we doing? Some of this positioning, you were like, hey, we have Baron. Why don't we just push the waves? We're kind of seeing that JDG may be a little slow to that one right now. Probably going to be on this next wave that they'll look to take this turret. Scout very, very far ahead at this point. And we're just watching to see how JDG close this one out with a 12,000 gold lead with a composition that we see as really, really dominant versus FPX even as we go later. Closing it out is going to be the important part. We've seen JDG stumble against better teams, and FPX have been, not to say the worst team here in Group Ascent, but that one upset versus IG, we're really cashing in. This is like the Split 3 variant of Thunder Talk beating BLG. We're like, okay, maybe they got some sauce.
But there was also a little bit of precedent from Split 2 that we're throwing into this FPX core as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not the full same roster, but yeah, it is looking more and more like a bit of a fluke series against IG than anything else for FPX, who continue to find their struggles against basically every other team in Group Ascent. You know, maybe JDG doing us a bit of a favor here on the broadcast and for you guys at home. Remember, hey, we probably only 4 games today, so they're just making sure you get a little bit extra content.
Don't say it yet, please.
Hey, if it happens, it would be a great game to watch. So I'm welcoming it at this point.
My East Coaster is telling me that he's welcoming it at 9:30. Yeah, yep, there we go. Great job. You heard it here first. Graves would love for the series to go long. We're already 32 minutes. Our first game was like, what, 35, 40 minutes between NiP and Ultra Prime. So let's see how much more magic they got. It looks like JDG are going to already have lost their Baron.
Is this strong that they could come back from something like this?
You sure? There's almost a 3,000 lead in most of the lanes, and Xiaosu is 5,000 gold over She has 2.5 items. And Xiaosu is at 4. He has a GA already completed.
All the more proof. It's gonna be very difficult for FPX to find any comeback angles here. As you know, some of the items can come in. You could say, wow, Jachi's almost getting his IE, but hey, Paze has been at 4 items for a while now. So is Scout. They're just waiting for these next objectives to spawn, this Baron in 50 seconds, and that is where JDG will then make their eventual game, or attempt to end the game via finish.
Surely we could have sieged long ago, but remember, JDG have been a little bit lackadaisical on when and where they play their side lanes, and if they can push up, it's very difficult, again, even with this Pantheon. If they have Pantheon and Ahri, even with Scout being level 18 already, I have a hard time imagining that FPX cannot find a kill. At the very least, force a summoner spell out from him. So, Dragon spawns at 45. We're waiting. We're waiting till this Baron, brother.
Oh, yes, we are. Well, thankfully, only 10 seconds left until that is available. JDG, they're okay with just sending out some poke, doing a little limit testing, and waiting now to finally start to set up around that objective. See the Void Seekers from Hayes doing a lot of work, chunking out the likes of IYY. Making it even harder for him to get into the pit for a potential steal. The FPX have seen their gold deficit grow to over 12,000 now, as JDG have mid-prio and are looking for one more wave to try to send in on FPX.
And we're going for the Dragon instead of ending the game. JDG, you never cease to amaze me as a team. I am
Hey, this is the this is Duo's influence coming in. This is the LNG style.
Oh,
You know?
oh, yeah. So if he's gonna have his influence, and they lose this game, right? LNG don't do a lot of winning.
You know, sometimes he just likes to keep the game.
Would you say that Duo is operating under the influence?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that we have a good chance here to start another engage here. As Shun going in with the Glacier Prison onto Sheer.
Oh.
Jway finding a depth charge onto Paze, but he cleanses out and should still be untouched for now. That's one kill.
Oh.
Now we will go in and look for a second. Killer Instinct for a third. Paze looking to do another pentakill moment. They're looking just for IYY. Scout's going to try to buy some time. Send the Kaisa in to try to hand Paze an LPL pentakill.
Last time it happened, it got stolen, and Paze finally gets his pentakill. This week we've been getting a lot of them. Gala has 2 of them, and now Paze gets to join the list. There it is. A great one, and finally the end to this series. JDG 2-0 over FunPlus Phoenix.
Penta number 5 in game 101. Not bad ratios here for Paze. As him and JDG looking revitalized here with their new support. Dro comes in and helps JDG win the series 2-0.
Well, we have to look towards the future immediately. JDG, their next 3 opponents, Top Esports, Team WE, and BLG. You'll be facing 2 of the top 2 teams here in the league, and you have to be able to perform. And I don't know if what I saw today is going to be enough still. JDG are still on the cusp. They're on the bubble right now of being able to make it into playoffs. And more than likely, with how this team is looking, could be a play-ins buy, or play-ins best of that they're going to have to look for.
It's a long journey here to wrap up this regular season, but if JDG can look like that, it would be a good sign of things to come. You know, we again have talked about honeymoon buffs with BLG, with their number of junglers that have cycled in. Now JDG hoping that this could try to spark something here. Which, whoa, a player who has gotten so many experiences with such high-level talent, now getting a chance to play with players like Paze, like Scout, like Shun. Once again, this is up to now JDG to try to take this momentum and keep it moving forward. And that's for FPX. Another pretty disappointing loss where there was not a lot of things to look for on the good end of things.
Incredible stuff. Also with that, I want to thank the rest of our team for pointing this out. 11 career pentakills for Paze in the short time he's been playing just in his pro career. I think that's incredible. An insane stat for him, and I have nothing else but good words to say. I'm glad we got to see more of the old Paze, but for FPX, looking on the opposite side, this season is not looking good. It's feeling more and more like we're going to have to potentially start getting ready to talk about this team as a grand finals play-ins bye. And, I mean, honestly, I know it's a 1-game sample size, and we had some at the very beginning of the season, but I think IYY is a better prospect already than Milky Way.
Wow. Hey, I mean, to be fair to IYY, he was a part of the team that did win a series against Invictus Gaming.
True.
So at this point in the season, maybe trying to turn towards that. I do feel like his aggression at the start of the game was a fresh sight here for FPX. It's not something that we've seen Milky Way do. Kind of a change in pace from the hesitation that we saw Milky Way kind of play with on that Jarvan in game number 1. So if that's going to help FPX moving forward, perhaps that it should just be the move. But yeah, they're going to have to find answers. They're going to have to find them quick, as you know, there's not a lot of time left in the season for FPX to figure out what exactly is going wrong for them.
Also, I mean, IYY got the early aggression, but where were the rest of FunPlus today? Care's playing Ahri, and usually that's a champion we actually see from him be a little bit more aggressive in the laning phase, but we didn't see him at all basically try to make aggressive plays in mid, force summoners away from Scout outside of the first 6 minutes of the game. And Jway had a very uncharacteristic performance all series long. That first game on Rel outside of laning phase, invisible, this time on the Nautilus. It's a tough matchup versus the Nico, but still, there has to be some things you can do here. And we just did not see from a player that we had a lot of high hopes for as a up and coming fresh support in the LPL.
And again, hard to find success when your team is struggling, but there definitely were moments here for Jway to do a little bit more than what he was able to accomplish here in this game. As we get to look at some of our highlights here. Yeah, again, for FPX, he was such a big spotlight or a big spark for them in their Split 2 run. Just have not been able to get that same level of momentum, whether it's champion pool issues or just, I don't know, just underperformance overall has not been the same just yet here for Jway, and definitely are seeing that with the way the rest of FPX are playing.
It's tough. This is the only proactive play we generally got from FPX. And then what happened afterwards? We're like, oh, 4 or 5 minutes later, Scout got his flashback and was the same scoreline, if not just way better CS. I don't know what happened to FPX today. It feels like maybe some of that magic is gone. Even the little bit that we had when IYY was originally starting at the beginning of the split. And yeah, this roster and FPX as a whole will continue to be kind of an enigma to myself and I think some of the community, because the story that I will always come back to is Milky Way joins this team in spring. They suddenly make a surge. They don't get very far in playoffs, but everyone's really excited for this team in summer. It feels like there's an adaptation coming where they can really make a deeper run with more time playing together. Then team drama ends up happening. Shalahu essentially quits professional play from it. He might be looking for more opportunities going into 2026. We will see. But he drops out of the league. ZDZ comes on through, and this team just never looks the same. Now we come into Split 3. We had a team that almost made a run in playoffs, looked really good in the regular season despite some of the pieces they had. And then we kick Shadow for no reason. This wasn't like a BLG snatched him away and was looking for another jungler. He left the organization. There was a difference between him and management. They also got into it on social media. Jway was like, oh, I thought we were supposed to hate each other. And he's like, no, you and I are good friends. They were joking about it. Like, they tore apart this team again going into summer. I don't know. GM diff.
Yeah, there's not much else we could say. I feel like the way that FPX function relied so much on how Shadow was able to lead the team to, force plays, and sometimes they worked out, sometimes they didn't. We're just not getting that same level of identity here on the Fun Plus Phoenix side for split number 3. Even though we think highly of players like Milky Way at times and what they've been able to do for FPX in the past, just doesn't hit the same. And that's kind of been the problem for Fun Plus Phoenix, as they have to try to go back to the drawing board, figure out what the solution is, whether it is whether it's with this jungler or the other, or just some changes in their drafts or their play style to find any sort of momentum and try to avoid being in a situation where they're getting knocked out by a team from Group Nirvana, which is seemingly a very real possibility at this point.
They're probably going to lose against EDG. I see this pan. This tells me we're getting close to MVP. I really hope it is Xiaoshu, even with the pentakill from Pays.
Wow.
He played this game so incredibly well all series long. And I think that Xiaoshu really made a very big impact going into Sheer, which I know coming into this, we were saying that's maybe not necessarily the biggest task, but I need to see Xiaoshu as one of the newest pieces step up for a JDG that is very clearly struggling.
Shout out to Xiaoshu. Again, one of those newer pieces, as you mentioned, doing it against his former teammates this time around, Jachi, and for one of those games, it being Milky Way. As JDG move up to 3 and 5 in the standings, believe we have some updated standings ready for you guys, as well as we have a relatively shorter day on the LPL side. Important thing here, Alk, is that JDG have now joined AL and Weibo at 3 total wins, although they have 1 less loss. That just kind of goes to show the battle for top 4 is going to be tight as we enter the second half of this season.
It's all about whether or not you can stay consistent and if you can finish strong here, especially for some of these other teams. Weibo have been a team that have been kind of struggling on a 3-loss streak. AL have not looked the same since coming back from MSI. And I mean, honestly, this just means that 4th seed is up for grabs. Anybody could grab it at this point. Just depends on how much you can actually finish at the end of the season. We're halfway through day 28 out of 42. We got like 2 or 3 weeks left before the end of the season, and that last bit really needs to matter if you're going to be able to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, Yeah, and you know, the action does not stop. Games every single day this week as per usual. We're going to start things off tomorrow at the same time, same place, 4 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Pacific. LGD taking on NiP and Group Nirvana, and then Weibo Gaming against Team WE after that. On behalf of our entire production team, Ray Adam behind the desk, all on color. My name is Grapes. Thank you so much for watching the LPL today. Before we head out, though, we want to give a huge thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Asmeril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcasting and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Again, you can check out our coffee. It is linked in the chat right now. It's the best way for you guys to support what we are doing on this community-led broadcast. Again, it's been fun all throughout these two series of the first day of week number 5 of this split of the LPL. Starting things off with NiP taking that victory over Ultra Prime, and now JDG with their new look roster getting that 2-0 sweep over Fun plus Phoenix. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, here on LPL English, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more games.